Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagwa has accused President William Ruto of sponsoring youths in Meru County to disrupt his rallies over the weekend. He was speaking at a church service in Ruarera, Meru County on Sunday, where he was accompanied by a number of his allies, including former Agriculture CS Mithika Linturi. Gachagwa claimed that the president instructed his deputy Kithure Kindiki to mobilize youths to stop his Meru tour, but the youth instead welcomed him, chanting one-term slogans. He went on to affirm that the Mount Kenya region was united.
Alitaka kugawanya mlima, aweke Mount Kenya West and East. My tour in this county, and I will be in Embu on Friday and Saturday, has confirmed the mountain is one. And I have a responsibility as a leader from this region, William Ruto. I will never, as long as I'm alive, allow you to divide the mountain. Yes. Our unity is our strength, and it informs our relevance in the national political discourse. We have always been one. The Gikuyu, the Embu, the Meru. Na sasa tumeongeza makuso wetu Wakamba.
Gachagwa also had this advice for his former boss.
If you want to be re-elected, if you have any plan for re-election, in your formula, in your mathematics, remove the mountain. It's gone and gone and gone forever. Mimi usinilaumu because I was a good advisor. Hata kama unanitukana, unasema niko na panganga, unasema ni mukabila, unasema sina plan, at least I gave you good advice. For Kenya, I may not be confident I advise you correctly, but for the mountain, I gave you good advice. You ignored.
For his part, Linturi warned Deputy President Kithure Kindiki that the President William Ruto would betray him just like he betrayed Gachagwa.
Na wewe mtu anaitwa Kindiki, sababu kazi yako ni kutumika na huyu mtu, na mimi nimekuambia na nilikuelezea atakutumia na atakuacha. Elewa kwangu because nilimjua mbele yako. Na kama alitutendia hivyo sio wewe, sababu sio sijui kama ni namba ama nini ama ni sauti ulikuwa naye, hakuna.
Moving on, a disturbing video that surfaced online over the weekend capturing the moment a police officer fired a shot that killed an unarmed teenager in Mwiki, Kasarani has reignited public anger over a growing pattern of police brutality in the country. Stephen Joshua, aged 18, a tout who completed house school last year, was gunned down on Friday as residents demonstrated against the brutal rape and murder of another teenager, 18-year-old Abby Wanjiku. Joshua's death, confirmed by police, was captured on CCTV and has sparked renewed calls for accountability from both lawmakers and human rights defenders. The harrowing footage shows a man in police uniform brandishing a firearm and firing a shot believed to have ended Joshua's life. At least 22 people have been killed and 63 others wounded in a suicide bomb attack at a church in Damascus, Syria's health ministry has said. A man opened fire with a weapon at the Greek Orthodox Church of the Prophet Elias in the Douala neighborhood during a service on Sunday evening before detonating an explosive vest, according to the Interior Ministry. It said the attacker was affiliated with the jihadist group Islamic State or IS. There was no immediate claim from the group itself. Photos and videos from inside the church showed a heavily damaged altar, pews covered in broken glass and blood spattered across the walls. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
Nguruwe kujiganga na mafuta yake.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
A very good morning to you, and let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning as we get into Monday and get into the final week of June. We're going to see a little bit of a pickup of traffic as you come onto the Thika Superhighway, and that is already doing the thing. Traffic will spawn in different parts of the city today, and that's the word we're going to use. It's already starting to spawn as you come then towards Githurai and then out towards Survey and then into the CBD. What else are we looking at? A little bit of traffic coming out of Westlands, but as you get into the CBD, you're doing okay for now. Still early times. Let's see what happens as we get into Monday proper. We'll talk. We'll keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. It's 13 minutes after 6 o'clock, and it is the 23rd of June. Good morning, Mr. Dennis Aseto.
Good morning, do Okoh.
How are you?
Salam sana.
Mm-hmm.
Aje?
Me.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was good.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Friday that... Oh, gosh. Which day did it rain?
Wait. What did you say? So you've asked which day it rained?
Yeah.
I'm really tempted to say what's on my mind.
That was on a Friday.
It rained on Friday, Abby.
Huh?
I was right.
It rained on Friday. Today's when? Monday. So there's no recollection of 2 days.
2 days.
2 days are missing.
Saturday, Sunday, zero. So what happened on Friday?
Wait. What time did it rain on Friday? What time? In some parts, it rained.
It's not in the evening, it
afternoon.
rained. I was in the couch. In fact, I texted Lydiah at that hour. It was me and my duvet. I was asleep.
Your partner in crime. Lydia is another story. I have receipts, guys. I have receipts.
It's allowed. So, question, what happened on Friday?
It rained.
Because Saturday, Sunday...
No, your last memory.
Yeah, your last memory.
Tell us your
Tell
last
us.
memory of when it was raining.
I don't understand what's happening right now.
Oh, boy.
The point of my story was that I was by myself and I enjoy the rain, the cold, and I just, took a moment and I read my book.
Which book?
I'm reading. Interestingly, the I'm reading The Duchess. I've been reading it for a while.
It's fiction?
It is fiction. It's fiction. It's okay. I'm currently reading 9 books, but it is fiction. I'm also reading a book called Wahala. It's by a Nigerian author.
Wahala.
And I'm reading A Long Walk to Freedom again. It's every time you read a book, you read it for the second time. There are things that you find that you didn't notice the first time. And then I'm also reading The Secret Wives of Baba Segi.
So you're reading 3 books?
I'm reading 9 books.
9 books at the same time?
Yeah. And then again, I'm reading The Lexus and the Olive Tree, which was done by Henry Kissinger. A couple different things. I think I just need to finish one and move. But it's nice because the different themes are jumping in my head at the same time.
What's the inspiration behind those books? How do you select the book you want to read? Is it inspiration? Is it a season?
Referrals?
Yeah.
Well, some are referrals, but then also, and then a lot of the African authors that I'm reading now is because I want to read more African authors.
Okay.
And because I think there's some fantastic literary works that are done by us that we don't read.
True.
So that's what I'm doing at the moment. But then also, I'm also reading some stuff in history and some stuff in policy because, the world is shaped by so many things. So I think that just fuels it. It's a plethora of different things that I get into. Yeah.
Baba Segi.
You know how they say Baba Segi? Yeah. You know how they say I used to think it was really derogatory when I've heard that thing the first time, but it's true. We don't read enough. And also because of our culture, I think a lot of things traditionally was passed down to us by oral tradition.
Yes.
But then also we do have we on the African continent did the first manuscripts. We did. And then I think also one of the things that fades away is that we don't put down a lot of things about us and what we do.
No, we don't document enough.
We don't document.
I think it's Mensa Otabil once said, if you want to hide anything from an African,
put it in a book.
Exactly, because the people don't really read books.
We don't.
One would say, don't just put it in the book, put it in the middle. Yeah, you start a few pages and you're
done.
Like, I wanted to go. I know.
Books. You do Kindle or hard copies?
Hard copy. I do. I mean, I do Kindle every now and then, but hard copy, I just love the turning of the page.
Yeah, and then there's that smell.
Yes.
Thank you. Of turning those hard copy pages. It feels really good when you carry it. Feels really good, but I find it difficult to read those kind of books right now. I mean, the newspapers and everything else going on around the world is hard enough. So I try to go to something more motivational. I have to I push myself, I think, to an extent. There's treasure buried in books, I'm telling you, and just ideas that you will get, or thoughts that people have, or even about culture. It's buried in books, and we should actually. So this is your Monday morning reminder to pick up a book this week and read. Yes. And on that note, good morning, Dennis Okari. Good morning, Wala Pashtangas.
Yeah, okay, sure. Let's go with that.
Hey.
Okay, I will not understand half of what you say, but okay, let's go with it, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, so good morning and welcome. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. I feel like I'm low. Not like low in spirit. Well, right. That's a whole different conversation.
Let me do your magic, right?
Huh?
Just stand and I'll sort you out.
Oh, so I need to just stand up and fix the chair, and I just raise it just a little bit, and then I hop back on.
Exactly.
Leave alone that we're on KTN.
Feeling better?
It's much better. Yeah. Okay, that's all I needed to do. Sometimes in life, all you really need is a pick-me-up.
Yeah. Literally.
A little fix.
Fixer-upper.
Hey guys, it's only Monday.
It's only Monday. Good Lord. Okay, so we're getting into a number of conversations that we have. Our live streams are up somewhere, isn't it, Lydia? On Facebook, YouTube, and on X. And getting into the morning. Everybody in the back rooms doing things this morning. We can't do this show without you. So we appreciate you, definitely. And our audience on KTN, Karibu Sana, as we get into things this morning. Let me take you through a little bit of a walk in terms of what we will be discussing this morning. We will look in depth into what is happening in the government. The pulse. Is there unity or is there political, is this all for political convenience, this broad-based government? What exactly is happening? It seems that folks are in the jitters. Well, Professor Gitile Naituli, who is a former NCIC commissioner and the fellow of the Kenya National Academy of Science, will join us at 7 o'clock. That's the conversation that we will have. There's so many things that are happening at the same time. And the question is, do we have our fingers on the pulse, and are we actually moving in a direction that is required of governance for nations? He joins us at 7. Dr. Kenneth Ombongi is a fantastic historian. He will be able to walk you through things that are happening for conflict around different parts of the world. He joins us at 8 o'clock, and we'll be looking a little bit deeper into the high stakes of a distant war as the US has now entered into the Iran-Israel conflict front and center. We'll take a look into that and what then it portends for Africa, what it portends for Kenya. And then finally, at 9 o'clock, we'll talk with you this morning. We'll get into it. There are different things that we need to remind perhaps the president and the government about, and we'll have that conversation. Dear Mr. President is at 9 a.m. and we'll take calls from you as well as we get into that conversation this hour. Many things are happening. We're 2 days away from the historic Gen Z protest that took place a year ago, and many things are planned, many things have been said already. We'll get into that at 9 o'clock. Those are conversations that we have roundabout this morning, and Karibu Sana as we do. All right, I don't know which country Dennis is taking us to this week, but let's hear it.
Still in the East Africa region, it is a country that resisted the Italian invasion in 1896, and it is also considered to be the birth of coffee. Yes, the birth of coffee. And one thing about them is they have a 13-month calendar.
Isn't that true?
I love their coffee.
I love the city, one of my favorite cities.
Yeah, and their women as well are beautiful.
Okay, so it's true, actually, it's true.
It is also the cradle of humanity. One of the earliest fossils of humanity is there. So it's considered to be one of the focal areas when it comes to finding the origin of mankind. Yeah, we're talking about Ethiopia. We're talking about Ethiopia. And the proverb today is all about, do you like insects? Yes. Do you like spiders?
Well, I mean, they're okay over there.
Over there. So the proverb today is tied with spiders.
Okay.
And when the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion.
Repeat that again.
When the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion.
It's you start. You who wants to see the spider there.
Your thoughts today have been quite in depth. We would like you to share with us.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, really? I mean, there's strength in unity.
Yes.
That's my interpretation. When people come together for a cause, there is strength in numbers.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the scripture where 2 or 3 are gathered, and call on his name. So there is strength in fellowship, there's strength in numbers, strength in unity. It's easy when you pull yourselves together to run a cause, to fight for something, rather than just one voice.
True.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
I don't want to be political. I mean, there are political undertones to that, but it's too early. It's Monday.
It's just 6:20.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'll come, trust me, before 8 o'clock like this. I'm actually thinking about the literal spider web, and I think about like a grasshopper, and I think about one I saw a while ago, a grasshopper, and you want to compare it to a spider web, this flimsy thing that when you look at it, you can actually put your hand through it. But then I thought about the weight of a grasshopper as compared to the spider web. And it's pretty heavy. So one would think this thing is not going to be able to get to me. But then when you see this insect wrapped up in the web and you think, by golly, how did that happen? And it's just, even if it's not many spider webs, but the strings in one web and what the spider is able to do to wrap itself or wrap the string around its prey, essentially, or an intruder into the web, it's phenomenal. So all of those things coming together on my own, I will not be able to do this thing. But all of us coming together and put our will and our might together, we can. I think Gen Z might even agree.
Well, I was actually headed there. You know, for a very long time, you look at this individual that you consider to be weak. But when all these weak people, according to you, come together and their voices are united and start pushing for an agenda, they will overcome you, whether you like it or not.
I have a question, though. Are spiders insects?
No, they're arachnids. Spiders are arachnids, but they feed on insects.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm because, you know, it was just about insects, and I was trying to remember my biology, whether... You know, in biology, I was really famous for dissecting things. So
even now, one could say,
Mr. Dissector.
I was dissect a rabbit.
Mr. Dissector.
Dissector. You know.
Oh,
D&D.
don't even start. Oh,
yeah. We just did it. Now drop the buzz, Mr. Dissector.
Tomorrow. Let me sit down and andike mistari.
Okay. So, Tuko Wapi? I don't even know. I don't know what Lydia wants me to do now that I can't see people. But see, we can try. Because at least we need to say hi to people this morning, don't we? Let me try and get this some other way. Do you remember Timothy who was fixing the lights? One day like this.
Yeah,
Let's look for Timothy because he needs to do some magic here. Sindo.
Kapsa.
Where is he?
We'll find him because he needs to come, and so that we can sort out this display. You know, we can be real, eh? We don't have to say, well, you know, I'm just trying to. We can be real and say, for now, the technology is not technology.
It was a long weekend. Come on. I mean, it was raining on Friday. You have 2 days in between. A lot could have happened.
The internet also took an off.
The internet, maybe something was pressed somewhere, and you never know.
You know, I know where you live.
You know, when it rains like Friday. Yeah. So even the service providers want to.
You wake up 2 days later, there's no internet.
It's okay, guys. You know, no problem. My time will come. It really will. So, let's say hi to people this morning, shall we? A number of us online today, and just getting into it real quick. We say hi to you before then we start to look into the papers and what the headlines are saying. And everybody's already in the room this morning. Love to see it for sure. Very, very good morning, Don Sabwa. You say, has President Ruto just torn apart ODM? Where? Who? What did happen? Where is the voice of Rao, Mr. Dennis, and another Dennis, and Dennis? Okay, everybody's being greeted. Robert Tibogo is tuning from Mombasa. Charles Harrison says good morning. Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Spices. Praying for a peaceful week. Indeed, we do, Monica Oile. And so many people online this morning. Let's see if we can get through you. Eugene Odhiambo says good morning, Dennis, Princess Ndu, and Aseto. Hopefully, we'll have less drama this week. One can hope, but knock on wood. Desmond Ortiz, we see you. Good morning. How is everybody? Everybody is fine. Proverb from the lakeside: sugar is sweeter than salt, but not in soup. This is true. Nimerudi says, where were you? Where were you? Where were you? Michael Hollande, bonjour depuis les collines de Kigali. Good morning, good morning. Heureuse de voir que vous allez bien. We are fine. Salutations du MDN. MDN, c'est ça. Okay. Good morning to you, Michael Hollande. We see you, Bernardito. That was in French, in case you were wondering. It was not Kisi or Doluo. Okay. Good morning to you, Bernardito. Precious Gondi says, good morning, Jumbo, everybody. Have a fantastic week ahead. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, watching from Portland in Oregon. Agola says, good morning. Hope your weekend was good. Yes, Dennis Okari's weekend was very good. Soldier Boy says, good morning. Prayers for my country, watching politely from Atlanta. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu. Good morning. Aseto and Dennis, a guilty conscience will have you justifying your actions at every turn to try and silence it to no avail. That is very true, and it should actually be pinned, my friend. Eliana Yabeth says good morning, and he's asking where is CT Muga. CT Muga is in Nairobi and he's okay, guys. Erica War says good morning, guys. Shem Ondara says good morning, listening from Washington in the USA. There will reach a time when everybody in this government will be answering for his individual crime. You see it, and it will be very soon. Boangi Juma says good morning. Robinson Kisero's tuned in from Hong Kong, and he says, we need to stand up and rebel against this brutality. Nick Bala says, good morning, cousins. Well, good morning to you too. And Gore says, good morning, my beautiful people tuned in. Josegi, where have you been, Josegi? You've been in Meru all this time and not said hi. Sarah Kilonzo is tuned in this morning. Wa Kenya Wenzangu, she says, Nyadi Chukunzira. says, good morning. Oh, thank you so much. Good to have you here, Nyadi. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. My Prince says, good morning, everybody. Have a great week ahead. Joe says, I am Joe. Well, hi, Joe. I appreciate this message. You appreciating your message or you appreciating us being here? Jose Mahinde, we see you. Dr. Venvik is here. Victoria Namtosi, good morning. Well done to everybody. Peter Gitao says good morning. Rahim Tula Omar says good morning as well. Carol Nyambur and Natupenda Sana, we don't doubt it. Thank you so much. Joe Ashira, we see you. Acheng, good morning. DND, she says, tuned in from Shanzu, another beautiful place, my goodness. Brian Mutego says good morning. Nyakundi Emmanuel is tuned in. Carol Givinji, Abere Bethwa, we see you. Frederick Omutiti is also tuned in this morning. San Kibet says it will be a violent week, Abi. Hey, God, we beg you not. Lichi says Iran imefanyiwa ile kitu gani hiyo. Sebit Yusuf is also tuned in this morning. I will attempt to get to everybody. Rogers Lai tuned in. Jacko Dwang, say their names. Anthony, anything lately? We see you. Good morning. Tunangoja 25th. Ooh-wee. Peter Wanjala is tuned in this morning as well. Jacko Dwang, indeed. Good morning, my special spice, Paris Mudhoni. Good morning, sister. The 2000 is here to Mimsalimia Osijali. George Maina is tuned in as well. Shindigiri, something. The American public is not happy about America going into Iran, apparently. Barry Lakinyi says, good morning. We will tell him, don't worry, Yawa. Ooh-wee. The sisters say, good morning, sisters and friends. Another week, we thank God. Indeed, we do. Judy Waweru says it's a chilly morning. Kitengela is locked, and that's where Ivan Omondi is. Good morning to the Situation Room, my favorite program. You are an amazing team. Thank you so much, Laudo. Frank Tuff says, good morning. Now you all want unity to speak as one. Okay, Frank. Farouk, you can just say good morning and stop like this in the morning. James Wamanji says good morning. Tibbs Muge is also tuned in. Vincent Ndugu says good morning. Maina Ndegwa is also tuned in. And Edwin Jeru says good morning. Edwin Momanyi is also here. Thomas Omosa, V. Wahara. Ooh, everybody is in the room. Steve, RB, Paul, Richard, Kia Jui, Paul Njeri. Good morning, brother. Justin Kimani is also here. Mushiri is here. Yego Biwat says good morning, cousins. Derek Oleket. Where? So many people in the room this morning. Atieno. Guten Morgen, Von Kilifi. And the People's Observer says, good morning, Team Spice. I'm sleepy, but I have my headphones on. It's the best thing to do this morning, getting into it. And Karibu Sana. If I didn't call you, didn't mean I didn't see you. But definitely good to have you guys in the room this morning as we get into things properly. Thank you for being here every morning, and we don't take it for granted. Okay, let's look into the headlines before we take that break, and then we'll come back and look into stories in detail. Shall I start on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper?
What?
Yes.
Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Betrayers of Gen Z. They say that a picture tells 1,000 words, so find yourself a copy of The Standard and look at that picture. But I'll tell you what the headline is. For a long time, Raila Odinga stood out as the voice of the common Kenyan in the face of repressive governments, so it was no surprise that during the height of last year's Gen Z protests, a video of a young woman asking the former Prime Minister to step aside as the new generation could hold the government accountable went viral. The cost was heavy, with several Gen Z protesters killed or maimed. But the real shock came when Raila quickly struck a deal with President William Ruto, a move widely seen as a betrayal of the noble cause of good governance he had championed for decades. Today, although the youth continue to push for change, many feel let down. They see Raila as a betrayer of their dream for a new Kenya. So we'll look into the details of that. Obviously, we're going to talk about that at 7 o'clock today. But looking into some new headlines, a lawyer claims I was attacked in broad daylight as police watched. This is what he said. There's a new drive targeting rising HIV risk among men. And the campaign around this says that testing is not weakness. If anything, it is strength. That's one headline. Half of Kilifi South's sickle cell cases are tied to intermarriage. This is interesting because we know that just having conversations with Kemri, that Kilifi is a hotbed for a lot of sickle cell infection. And then the thought is to have people actually speak together before they get married and start to have children about your essentially your genome status. And I know that in parts of Nigeria, many parts of Nigeria, because the sickle cell profile is actually very high, that you actually, when you go and you're going to get married, it's one of the things that you bring. What are your genome numbers? Because you don't want to pair two people who are carriers, because it is guaranteed that your children will be born with sickle cell. So that's something that's making its way here. From Hope to Hurt is a story that's carried in the special, the national pages around the Gen Z revolt. 2 decades on, police reforms falter under politics and brutality. And that's one of the things that makes its way into the headlines today. State goons links fuel fresh fears of rising unrest and political anarchy. MPs to grill CS Mutua over foreign jobs bias. That story has not died. I'm telling you, it's still there, front and center. That's the one that we have in our hands. Aseto, you have something digitally for the nation?
Yeah, so if you go to the People Daily now, how Gen Z demos changed Kenya. So yesterday there was a meeting. Gen Zs were meeting at All Saints Cathedral, and they had an opportunity to speak with the clergy. That also happened on Saturday as well. There was that meeting where even church leaders just asking the youth and leaders pretty much to sit down and have a conversation around issues being raised, and the president actually being asked by the Catholic leadership to listen to the grievances being raised. And 120 billion shillings collected, but where are the houses? Kenya's digital promise and the dream deferred, because remember we talked about the digital highway that was to be put up. What's the progress with regard to that? Also with the changes in government with regard to laws that want to be passed to be able to control the social media as well, so just dampening the hopes of many. And housing levy hits 120 billion and state speeds up rollout, and court upholds will of Britain who died 13 years ago. And environmentalist honored by former USA vice president, and many other stories, majority actually just being around the Gen Z demos that changed the trajectory in the country. Okari, do you have anything on your end?
Well, from the Daily Nation, the headline, State House gets another 890 million for renovations.
Yay! They've not finished?
No.
Okay.
Lakini watu wanaishi ndani.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay.
Ni rangi tu na cabro na tiles.
I thought it would be proper if these guys were just put up in a hotel, and then we just put up a 5-star hotel, that space.
So you can be making some money.
So that these renovations over and over again, tuache tu ama?
They call it a money pit, well hidden behind manicured lawns and guarded fences. Kenya's seat of executive power has quietly transformed into a permanent construction zone. From refurbishments to re-roofing, works have been going on since President Ruto took office in 2022, gobbling up hundreds of millions of scarce public funds. Now, slightly above that headline, so it's just the contrast where you're looking at priorities. So the president has raised taxes, slashed subsidies, and cut budgets across nearly every public sector in the name of austerity measures. But Status is getting more money for renovations. And page 2, tribeless and bold, youngsters change the face of protests. And then gains from court interventions after Gen Z-led anti-government demos. Then there's a story there about Casmuel, suit-clad Gen Z darling who became a villain. So this story is in both papers. Sharp focus on what happened last year. Schools closed for midterm break. And then Kibaki Estate Row, Mary Wamboi faces summons. Yes, and then ESCC to auction 428 million properties seized from Obado, ex-city official. This story of Obado is just going on and going on and going on.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I have here.
I think let's go to Taifa Leo real quick. Viongozi wa ODM wamekariri kujitolea kwao kuunga mkono utawala wa Rais William Ruto, wakisema ndio njia ya kipekee ya kuliwezesha eneo la Nyanza kupata maendeleo. Hata mtuambie nini kwa serikali, hatutoki ngo. That was French, right? No, that
we
no habla Swahili.
Je ne comprends pas, monsieur.
So pretty much ODM is saying, you say whatever you will, but in government you're not living. It is the only way people from Nyanza will get development.
So that's why they're there.
Exactly.
Bas.
Yeah.
Did you say the only way?
Yeah, that's the only way.
That's what they said.
Hivyo tu. Yeah. And then familia ya polisi aliyetoweka Haiti yashtaki serikali. So afisa wa polisi wa Kenya aliyetoweka mnamo Machi 25, 2025 2025 baada ya makabiliano ya risasi kati ya walinda usalama wa Kenya na genge moja nchini Haiti imeshtaki serikali. You remember the officer who got lost in Haiti?
Got lost?
Yeah, that's according to reports that we got. Yeah, so now the family says we need reports, we need communications on where our kin is, and they've sued the government due to lack of communication on the same. Haya ndio matakwa yetu. Familia ya waliouawa na polisi za saka haki. Families of those that were killed during the Gen Z protest demand justice and answers from the government. Yes.
Okay. Sawa. See, we take a break real quick. Let's take a look at traffic and then we'll come back and look at the meat of these stories. And then I ask you, Dennis, what does Ikoni Mano o the Luo?
You've said that's not Luo.
Oh, okay.
You remember when you were having that conversation in French and you said that is not Dolu or Kisi? So it's just spoken to you in Dolu.
Oh, Bas. Yeah. Thank you. I've understood. All right. It's 20 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. We'll come back and look at the meat of these stories when we come back from this DND with you this morning, getting into conversations that matter and that we should have regardless. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement. It's a fact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a part. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life. Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, currently at 14 degrees. Getting into the rest in Nakuru, partly cloudy at 12, and we'll see cloudy conditions at 15 into Njeri. It's cloudy at 13 in Eldoret, while Mombasa is cloudy at 23 and Malindi at 24 is mostly cloudy. It's 19 and cloudy into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 15 is going to be sunny through Monday. 19 and cloudy into Kampala, and also looking at cloudy conditions into Dar es Salaam at 22. Johannesburg is cloudy at 8 and into Mogadishu at 25, which is sunny. Addis Ababa at 14 is sunny as well. It's mostly clear at 25 in Lagos and clear at 22 into Kinshasa. Into Beijing, it's 33 and sunny Monday afternoon, while Paris at 17 is sunny. Cloudy, I beg your pardon. It's cloudy at 17 into London, and around things off into New York, where the summer is coming. It's quite warm this morning at 28, coming into Monday, highs of 33 and lows of 25.
Spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, busy Monday morning already, and we're seeing that traffic is starting to build as you come in from the Thika Superhighway. It'll take us through into the CBD, and we're looking at bumper-to-bumper right around Survey, coming in all the way from Githurai, actually well in from that Royal interchange. And if we look into other parts of the city, Uhuru Highway is busy as you get into the CBD, and there is a little bit of traffic coming off of Langata Road already. As you come off of the Eastern Bypass, it's heavy all the way from that Ruai interchange, and it'll bring you through towards North Airport Road, and there is some traffic on Outer Ring as well in both directions. As you get onto Jogo Road, a little bit is starting to form as you go on towards Landis, which is bumper to bumper through towards Kamkunji. Let's see what happens as we get into the morning. We'll talk and keep things moving, won't we? Yes, we will. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
All right, at 7:45 now, looking at those stories. All right, Dennis, story one.
There's so many things going on today. I'm just looking at this newspaper, like page by page. There's just a lot going on. So first, this story of State House. I mean, with every year, there's money allocated to, not just State House, but also the DP's residence in Karen. And there was a time now, even the office at Rambe Avenue was also an issue. And we're seeing now this story of 890 million set aside for renovations. And I was reading somewhere, someone talking about, did you know there's a lot of expired medicine in circulation?
Yeah.
A lot. And so we don't have money to fix the health sector, don't have money to fix what's going on in education. Actually, not to fix, we brought this on ourselves. So a situation was created and now it can't be fixed. But there is money set aside to renovate State House. Now, just to give you a small breakdown here, in the second supplementary budget for 2024-2025, Treasury had pulled back 1.5 billion initially allocated for the facelift of State House. But this came back in the new budget with 894.9 million, including 680.7 million specifically for maintenance at State House Nairobi.
So we're already at 1.4 billion.
So the works go beyond Nairobi State lodges set for general maintenance works over the next financial year starting July 1st, including the Eldoret one at 60.1 million. Sagana will gobble up 15 M, Mombasa 42.5 M, and Nakuru 25 million. Others are Kisumu 24 million, Kakamega 25 million, and then Kisii 12.5 million. And the mechanical garage imekula 10 M. Hiyo ni ya magari peke yake. Yes, and the State House facelift began in 2022 after President William Ruto took office following fresh elections. While some of the state lodges were rarely used by presidents like President Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta, President Ruto has made them part of his regular itinerary, hosting meetings in Eldoret, Sagana and Kisumu. So nataka kutana na watu wa Kisumu, I go spend there, so we need to renovate that place. So the Treasury defends their locations, and this is what they're saying. The funds are essential to support the president's constitutional mandate.
He's never there. Oh, sorry. Okay. Some things I didn't know I said out loud. I thought I was just thinking in my head.
It tries to be there.
Sorry.
So while President Ruto's approach may appear extravagant, he's not the first to put a personal imprint on the presidency home. So the question is, now, atujengia furnishings.
Okay.
These are just the renovations. So we are looking at now furnishing projects, particularly at Sagana State Lodge, where high-profile meetings are hosted. Hey, these figures, your head will hurt. So under Ruto's tenure, the government spent 122.8 million on renovations in the financial year 2022-2023, okay? In 2023-2024, the government spent 50 million on the refurbishment of buildings and infrastructure in the office of the president alone. The Controller of Budget documents show. When was the last time you guys saw the president at his office, Harambe Avenue?
Never.
There's money for renovations there as well.
Mm.
words that are unprintable, we can't say. Yeah, but I'm just thinking, what is going on? Hii pesa yote inaenda kufanya nini? Like, how much money is enough for these renovations? Let's not kid ourselves. How can we live so in luxury like this?
You know what it is? I've thought about it for some time now. Because you cannot tell me that you will defund education, which is a fundamental pillar of society. One, you cannot tell me that you have vaccines, life-saving vaccines for babies to prevent diseases that are debilitating in the future, and you don't have money for them. You cannot tell me that you are not able to fund a national health service that essentially is going to get people to get the medical care and attention that they need at whatever level, whether it is primary, whether it is then going on to curative, and then whether it's going on to critical care. You cannot tell me that you don't have money for those things, but that you can get to close to 1 billion shillings to then renovate a house for which you are rarely there. Now you ask, what's the problem? This is the problem. It is insanity, and it actually needs to be looked at from a psychological basis. Because if you're most vulnerable in society, you're sick, you're children who are not able to essentially make those decisions for themselves and need to be cared for. If you're most vulnerable in society are uncared for and you cannot afford to take care of them, but you have money for these other things, there is no sane reason for it. So if 1 + 1 = 2, not caring for your sick, but spending lavishly on things that are not a priority is equals to insanity.
You know what
that's it.
Yeah.
Don't go beyond it.
What is priority here is not the vulnerable. What is priority is my comfort. Is me. The rest of you mnaweza jipanga pretty much, because for how many throughout this administration people have complained about education, about healthcare. If where I lived, they came, they dug the road, they left it like that. But the road that heads to State House is under construction right now. There is a turn that is being made beautiful. If you just do the dots, it's all about them.
You're right, it's priority because also in those contracts, that's where the money is,
Yeah.
The renovation, there's somebody who's gotten the contract, there's somebody who's doing the deal. That's where the money is. And honestly, if we are applying if you're trying, and Okari, if you're looking for the application of common sense or logic to this, forget it. You will not find it. You will not find it today. Even if you wake up very early in the morning tomorrow, you will not find it because it just does not make sense. Don't come and tell us tomorrow that UHC workers are on the street and you promise to deliver UHC, etc. Don't say that to people because people are exhausted. It is beyond apathy.
Yeah.
People are mentally, physically exhausted when you get to the point whereby you keep telling them one thing but you keep doing another. It tires people. It does. You can't tell me 890, it's 110 million shillings shy of 1 billion bob. 1 billion shillings is just a third of the money that doctors are looking for to go back to work.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing we're talking about. Didn't they just paint the house the other day?
They did.
What are you looking for?
Every day there's something going on there.
Yeah.
Last week you were inspired by the Michael Jackson song. What song is it again?
Heal the
World.
Yeah.
Reading this story, there's another Michael Jackson song that comes to my mind. They don't care about us.
Yeah.
And believe, I true, and I think that is the case. If I love you, you will know because of the things that I do, how I talk to you, etc. Also, if I don't feel anything about you, you will know that as well. If I and then beyond that, if I don't actually care about if you are alive today, you die tomorrow, you will know that too. So look around you, and how can you see Are we aware of what's going to happen with children when we get into the new school year in 2025? We don't know. What do we know? They don't have enough money. Are they prioritizing it? No. The other day, the new SHA CEO more or less told us that, we're in deep waters here. We're not really sure what's going to happen in terms of money. Your people are on the street. Are you killing them? Yes. So they don't care. That's the truth. And you need to get to the place where you care, because if you don't care about something, the likelihood of you then using steps to now make sure that it flourishes are very low.
So you have more money in a supplementary budget that is quickly approved. But then in the same budget, you forget there's money for examinations.
Yeah.
You forgot, we didn't put this vaccines. Trump has pulled funds for USAID. So we're still talking about access to vaccines. We're talking about access to now medicines and critical care that in very many parts of this country that is missing. You're talking about people with diabetes, cancer treatment that is super expensive. So when we talk about health, it's broken down.
Yeah.
Doctors and nurses are constantly on strikes. Your payslip has a deduction of housing levy. If you really care about building these houses, this money that is going to renovate status every year, and it makes me wonder, in the spirit of accountability and transparency, will it be okay? I know it's impossible to happen in Kenya, but I'm just thinking, if you live in your own house and you have a budget to renovate, so let's say it's a burst sewer system, because I have no idea, every day there's groundwork happening. So you don't necessarily see some buildings coming around. So if it is paint, so for the paint job, how much does it cost to paint that whole entire house? Let's even assume it's outside, inside, everywhere. Paint even the grass. How much? Just do how much money will it cost? Let's talk about flowers, planting flowers, trees. Let's talk about tiles. Maybe they keep changing tiles every week, depending on the mood or whatever. I have no clue, but I mean, how much? This is too much luxury in a country that is suffering. Sectors that are so critical don't have money. We're basically destroying the future of a generation. And you're gobbling up all this money. It's never ending. How deep is deep? How much is much?
And you see, the saddest part about it all is every other time Kenyans complain about this, but there is no report. The Auditor General report keeps on raising these issues, and no one really seems to care, because Auditor General says, okay, State House go build ABCD, but is the Auditor General able to go see these tiles came from Italy or Spain?
I mean, guys, listen. In March this year, State House was allocated 3.81 billion, not million, 3.81 billion. March this year, all right? Now, which together with 2.8 billion are waiting the MPs to approve.
That is 5 billion.
Escalates its global budget for the year to 10.92 billion, up from 4.31 billion that the National Assembly approved in June 2024. Now, of the 2.8 billion additional allocation to State House, 358.2 million was withdrawn on May. I want you to listen to this. Mtu alienda aka withdraw 358.2 million was withdrawn on May 15th. One day, 385 million was withdrawn. Now, this is according to the National Treasury schedule. Now, nimechoka na hiyo story.
Then you people want to tell me that it's normal. You want to say it's normal behavior and that everything is okay.
Come on, guys.
You don't need to see a doctor.
And then tunaenda empowerment programs, zote wanapatiwa wheelbarrows, motorcycles. We're empowering the women, we're empowering the youth. And nimetoa pesa yangu milioni 10, nimetoa pesa yangu milioni 5 nearly every day.
Where is that money coming
from? Nimetoa million. So I went to my own bank, withdrew, because I really love you people. I really love the women of this country. I love the youth of this country. I withdrew my 10 million I'm giving. Ndu ulileta ngapi? 5 million. You also love our people so much. Dennis Aseto, you withdrew how much? 2 million. So we want to empower you because we love you so much. We really love you.
There's no other reason.
And then, you know, when we have these football tournaments, we can give all the players 15k but land in 13 choppers, you know. And it's okay.
You land in a chopper to give...
You land, not one, 13 choppers to give the players 15k.
Because we love you. We love our football players. You know, we love our country.
You have to show up.
Yeah, we love our country so much. So even today, we'll empower some people somewhere in this country.
It's coming today for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's our money.
And you know, we come to empower you with inetwanga Mbota mitambili. Mbota is watch.
Oh, thanks.
2 million bob. Yeah.
Why don't you just say watch? Okay. But then you people want to tell me that it's normal, Abi? And tell me that it's normal.
SHA should finally work for these people. So we have psychiatric assistance through SHA.
Yeah, something is wrong.
Yeah.
And we actually need to look into it. These are forming some of the conversations that we have this morning. This is the Situation Room. Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you today. And we're just looking at some of these things and I'm already sad. Very sad at 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has dismissed as false, malicious and politically motivated allegations that he sponsored goons that infiltrated last Tuesday's protests in Nairobi. The goons, who were armed with crude weapons, terrorized peaceful demonstrators, stealing from them and bystanders, and ransacked business premises. They were captured in a viral video chanting Sakaja to Melinda Gigi as they passed outside City Hall, but the governor, who's alleged to have paid them 2 million shillings to neutralize the protesters, has distanced himself from them.
Let me be clear and unequivocal. I have never and will never sponsor violence of any kind. My entire political life has been anchored on siasa safi, which upholds human dignity, the rule of law, and the democratic rights of every Kenyan. I have never used violence to gain power, and I never will. My record speaks for itself. These accusations are not only false, they are a desperate attempt by certain well-known individuals whose political careers are marked by violence, by intimidation, by chaos, who have gone as far as to hire goons to come and infiltrate protests and say that I'm the one who sent them.
Sakaja further pleaded with Nairobians not to fall out with him over the allegations and condemned the violence that characterized the demonstrations.
I urge you, Nairobians, not to be deceived. Let us not allow rogue politicians to hijack serious matters for selfish gain. The recent and tragic events, including injuring of many, mugging, the shooting of the trader Boniface Kariuki, demand justice, not sideshows or distraction. Shifting the focus to unverified claims against me is not only dishonest, it dishonors the victims, the business owners who are counting losses in the millions, the people who have lost loved ones, and the people of Nairobi.
This comes days after Busia Senator Kio Mtate called for Sakaja's impeachment, accusing him of sponsoring the goons that disrupted the protests. Former Chief Justice David Maraga, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka and DAP Kenya's Eugene Wamalwa were among opposition and civic leaders who joined hundreds of Kenyans for an interdenominational prayer service on Sunday afternoon at the All Saints Cathedral. The solemn service in honor of young Kenyans killed during last year's anti-finance bill protests was themed Lest We Forget June 25. The event was convened by faith-based organizations including the National Council of Churches of Kenya, the Evangelical Alliance of Kenya and the Kenya Christian Professionals Forum. Here's Kalonzo speaking after the service.
And we need to stand together in solidarity. We call again on the police to now know the world is watching. If they come out and shoot Kenyans on the 25th, things will never be the same again. And so that's all we want to say for now in remembering our youth who are killed, and to assure them we shall stand forever in solidarity with the youth and with every Kenyan. This is the time to actually march on. When we did the very first hymn, Stand Up for Jesus. And this struggle will not be long. It will not be long. And it will be won in favor of the people. Amen.
For his part, Maraga asked President William Ruto to ensure public safety during the upcoming protests on Wednesday to mark the first anniversary of last year's anti-finance bill protests.
I have one short message to President Ruto. President Ruto, the ultimate security and welfare of the people of Kenya rests in your hands. Yes. Please don't send us to the state where Haiti is. When you allow goons to come and disperse peaceful demonstrators on the streets, you are sending us to Haiti.
A bride was shot dead on a wedding night in a village near the southeast French city of Avignon after masked gunmen opened fire, local officials say. One suspected attacker was also killed in an apparent exchange of fire, and the groom and a child aged 13 were seriously wounded during the incident. A manhunt involving dozens of police officers and a helicopter is underway for an unknown number of suspects who managed to flee. French media report that the violence may be linked to drug-related score settling. The authorities have opened an investigation into murder and attempted murder. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo mafisadi, baradhuli na mdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, so what are we doing with traffic this morning? Right about now, traffic starting to form, and it's going to be a busy Monday morning. Quite some of this on Jogo Road as you head out towards Landis. It's building in different areas, but the most of it we'll see this morning is on the Thika Superhighway. It's heavy all the way in from Githurai. You're going to come past Clayworks, and there's a lot of traffic as then you approach Survey going out towards the Pangani underpass. Quite some traffic on Kiambu Road as well. And as you're coming on Limuru Road, there is some traffic as well as you head then towards the city. Very busy coming out of Westlands as you come past Brookside all the way through towards the Westlands roundabout. A lot of traffic, and it's heading towards the CBD. Langata Road is also piling. There's some traffic coming off of Magadi Road that will join onto Langata Road and find its way through. The Southern Bypass is not looking too bad. As you cross over towards Uhuru Gardens, this is where we'll see the most of it this morning. Okay. See what happens as we get into it. We'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you. KTN is where our audience is this morning, as well as our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Getting into conversations in the Situation Room this morning. DND, Dennis Ndu, and Dennis Cohen, whatever direction you want to go. That's how we get into it this morning. So, I have to ask you, are you passionate about creating a better Kenya? Are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? Well, so is the I&M Foundation, the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. And so for the past 5 years, they've been putting together a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit. It actually is the highest commitment in the Kenyan banking sector so far, and it is going towards impactful programming. So they focus on areas like education, skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. But today, we want to highlight the leadership in environmental conservation. So the I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our precious natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives. So they're ensuring a stable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. So as we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about the I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting I&M Bank Kenya. I'm going to say that again, imbankgroup.com/foundation. That's imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more, powered by I&M Bank.
And are you trying to save some money but finding it so hard to start? And what about when you need to buy something today? Well, I&M Bank has you covered. Achieve your dreams with the Fikisha Gold Savings Account, the easy digital way to save for what matters most. And for your immediate needs, use I&M's Buy Now, Pay Later, purchase items from your favorite stores now and pay in affordable installments. Save for tomorrow while living comfortably today. Get started now. So open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank On The Go app.
So we're going to get into a conversation in a short while. We're waiting for Professor Naituli to join us, and it's going to be around the broad-based government and what is the pulse? Are we looking at unity or political convenience? And so those are some of the questions that we have been asking. And as we get into that, we know that we're getting into a week where the jitters are already about, and folks are saying, okay, so what is going to happen come 25th? We did see two things happen last week. One of them is that those who will come out to protest, the parents of the blessed souls who passed on last year, and unfortunately who did so through an act of violence, whether they were killed or they disappeared or turned up dead. Those who died, their parents are going to come out, their families are going to come out and hold a memorial for them. And then there's also, according to what the organized groups have said, that there will be a march towards Parliament, and it will be a peaceful one. We did then see representatives from the police service come out and say, look, they have received the notice of this protest, and that what they are encouraging is that everybody do what they need to do in a peaceful manner, but that they were not going to tolerate any kind of violence or ill behavior. So those two things happened last week. We heard those come out. My question is that with the protest that we saw, it was an anti-finance bill protest, but beyond the anti-finance bill, it was a cry for the people of Kenya to be heard by those who govern. Across board, it was a cry to say, can we have proper governance? It was a cry to say, can we see corruption tossed out the window and never to be dealt with again? Can we see the extrajudicial killings that we see happen all the time, the forced disappearances, unaliving people in a wanton manner? Can we see all of this come to an end? Can we actually see that countries' funds are going towards what they said they would go towards? Can we see that education then is attended to? Can we see that business, that there's a conducive environment in which business can thrive? Can we actually see that happening? Can we see that infrastructure will be sorted out? Can we see that what you budgeted for money will be done? Can we see that pending bills will be paid? It was a cry. And even when we talk about things like mental health, when we see people acting out, we see behavior that is not normal. It is a cry for help. There is something going on that needs attention. So the question that we're asking is, a year later, come the 25th of June, which is in just 2 days, have we seen that there has been a desire to undo the things that were done that brought about the protests and the death and the destruction and the fear that we saw as a result of that? Are we better off a year later?
You see, during the protest, there's the other call for proper governance. There was call for, a proper use of funds and accountability. And with that reason why you saw the president come out to say, we will tighten our belts, there will be no more harambes, and that he will do everything to address the issues that were being raised by Kenyans at the time. But you look at what has happened immediately, the president speaking on both sides of the mouth, coming back, giving donations in charge, and doing everything contrary to what Kenyans were raising. We're talking about a year later, what has happened. During the Gen Z demonstrations, we saw how many were killed, how many have disappeared until date. Parents are asking to know the whereabouts of their children. Just last week, we saw Albert Ojwang's case. We saw Boniface Kariuki's case. The other gentleman in Mwiki who was shot by police brutality. The same thing that was promised to be handled a year ago, still happening a week to the commemoration of a year of what happened in the country. Do they care? We are now.
Where?
They don't, but you know what, if you look at a glance, the events leading to last year's protest, and just maybe to give it some context, what was so surprising, even to us journalists, the events that morphed to now the D-Day, which was June 25th, that none of us ever, you remember watching the screens, and for those who actually were in town, because I went for a few of those protests, to be honest. Nilikula tear gas, just trying to document what was basically going on. I spoke to police officers then, I spoke to young people then, and I'll tell you, right from mobilization, this generation is so misunderstood in so many ways. Because if you look at the political awakening of what a lot of people are calling the Gen Zs, their protest was actually born out of economic frustrations.
Yes.
There was the issue of governance, transparency, accountability. The issues evolved even into a broader movement for political accountability, not just accountability in terms of where our resources are going into, but political accountability. And what they were agitating for was independence from what you will call legacy politics. And there was actually a clip of this young girl who was talking about, Raila, we don't want you on the streets.
Yes.
You've done your time. You've pushed it as far as you could push it. Leave this to us now. So you look at the rejection of the political elite or their legacy, it generally points to the refusal of this Gen Z publicly saying we want to represent ourselves. This is our moment. This is our movement. We are tribeless, leaderless, and this is how we want to stay organic as it may look. So now when you look at what they were agitating for, where they were coming from, they know how the millennials and how the other generations have actually these young people are not stupid. They're so informed. We may disregard their intentions, but they're so informed. Look, the whole idea was they feared that their movement, what they were agitating for, would be hijacked and diluted by politicians to the extent that they refused funding. To a large extent, they refused funding because the politicians who actually publicly said, we're willing to help you guys. We can mobilize resources, we can mobilize teams to come and assist you. And this guy said, no, we don't want your resources. Look at how the mobilization was done on TikTok. Look at how the mobilization was done on the X Spaces. Look at how people came together to put a pool of funds to help in buying masks, buying first aid kits, who was taking these people being shot in the streets to hospital? It was them. The doctors were not there on the streets. They were taking these people being shot to the hospitals. Up until last week, that's the same thing we keep seeing. And so when you look at what they were agitating for, this thing has been diluted now by all these other organs that are coming in, from the hired goons to how police have handled this. And to some degree, I tend to take a backseat and zoom out a bit, because you can easily zoom in and lose sight of what else is going on here. If you zoom out, you can clearly tell there's a narrative. And the narrative is this: for the longest time, I think in our political class, the idea, have you ever asked yourself, when people are saying, tunataka tushikanishe nchi pamoja, tunataka makabila yote yawe pamoja, you stop and think, wait, am I even looking at you right now, Dennis, in terms of where you come from, your tribe? No. Do I have a conversation with you thinking, okay, where are you from? No. There is this narrative for years, and I've covered 3 elections before. There's always this narrative when we approach an election cycle where a conversation around tribe, ethnicity comes in. And the issue of we are trying to make our country united. Every time is we want to make, then you're like, who is fighting?
Exactly.
Go to the ground. People are not fighting each other. So they will still peddle that same narrative, thinking the same way it has worked in the past years, it's going to work again this time round. And what this generation is then saying, and if you read through the protest, they're saying, you're not reading the mood of the country. The politicians are not reading the mood of the country. They have no idea. It's like we're living in 2 different spaces.
Absolutely.
The pain and heart going here. Over the weekend, if you watch the news and you follow what was going on online, the mothers who are crying because of their sons who've been brutally murdered. Or they're in hospital next to their sons in ICUs. Those who are preparing to bury their sons. You look at the cry of mothers. I've never seen a time when you have so many women in pain. You watch a woman cry on TV, crying tears and wailing in pain. And the politicians will go on business as usual. And you think we're in a normal space. No, we are not.
It is not normal. And that it gets to the point where it has been almost normalized to talk about it. It isn't normal. It would be very very different if you had the kind of deaths that we see and the kind of disappearances that we experienced a year ago. It would be very different if this happened as a result of natural occurrences. If people were ill and they died, and the kind of wailing that you then hear as a result of that would be very different in the character of the mourning. But this thing that we see, the wailing that is coming from parents, their children have died at the hands of a bullet, at the hands of a gun, and that this was given as an order, because I think we've established over time that what we see, that we wouldn't have the different forces, security agencies in the street if it was not on order. That somebody then wields a weapon, and that somebody then discharges their weapon and takes out a life, and that their parents are crying in this country because of blood on the streets. And I want to go back to what you said, Okari, that when people fell from the bullets of a gun last year around Parliament, nobody asked a question about what tribe blood was this that we have on our hands. Nobody asked, where is he from, when they carried those bodies and covered them with the Kenyan flag. Nobody asked, where are they from, and let me see if I will touch or not. That is not the heartbeat on the ground. The heartbeat on the ground, and this is what I keep saying, Kenyans want leaders to do better. They actually desire you to do well. They want you to do better. They want you to say that the money that you are going to spend on this, that you actually spend it. And we need to... You cannot have a tone-deaf conductor conducting an orchestra. It is one of the requirements that if the conductor of an orchestra is going to be given the job, they have to be toned. They have to be tuned. What is the situation? You cannot be up here doing these things when down here there's crying, when down here there's death, when down here there is poverty, when down here your children will not go to school, when down here there is a potential that babies could die because there are no vaccines, when down here that your infrastructure is just as bad today as it was 15 years ago. Yes, you've made some inroads, that must be acknowledged, but if you're hearing that the general pulse of the nation is beating duller than it was 2 years ago, than it was 5 years ago, than it was 10 years ago, and you're not taking your stethoscope of governance and applying it to here so that you can then diagnose and do, we have a problem, and it must be addressed.
You see, the sweetest part, or rather the saddest part of it all is, with all this that is being said and being heard, they listen to what it is being said, but they just don't care. Why do I say that? Because immediately as these demos are taking place, you find the president would call these individuals and the Gen Zs to be terrorists, to be treasonous individuals in the country. You extrapolate that later to when the president says, you know what, I don't really care what you guys are saying. I have a country to run, and whatever it is you're saying, it is okay in Moskia, but nothing much is being done. You listen to the tone that follows that, and it's all about 2027 and how we are planning and coming together to salvage this government so that we form government the next coming elections. You look at all the other foot soldiers that are down there, and they're saying we need to extend these to 7 years. We need to ensure that the president comes in, even when he loses, we will somehow find him back to power. And this goes to, like you've said, a tone-deaf leadership that does not really care of what is being said. All they care about is us, how we'll be back to power and how much we will amass, because at the end of the day they assume this generation is that generation that forgets. You remember we're talking about 1 year later and the push still remains the same. We want change, we want accountability, and we want right be done by us.
If we were to have an honest conversation, forget the conversation about you're injecting your opposition, you're this tribe, that's why you're talking like this. Let's just sit down, reason together, have an honest conversation. The analogy that comes to my mind is Kenya is an open wound. You can ignore the wound. You can assume there is no wound. The wound is there. question is, what are you going to do about it? You have to apply medicine. You have to take care of that wound. So Kenya is so wounded, yet it almost appears we are moving on, we are building this, we're developing this, we're doing that, and that is okay. And there is some good that the government has done.
Yes.
We can't say it's everything that everything is bad. But even the little good that you would see is basically overshadowed by this wound. We are refusing to address this wound. And the thing is, the country is mourning. There is pain. There is hurt. There is anger. There is outrage. There are all these things. We need a fix. We need a reset. But if you look through the voices of these young people from last year to the most recent protest last week, and you're looking for what really is, what are they fighting for? Because somebody would argue, fine, people went to the streets. It was about DIG Lagat must step aside or must resign. Okay, he steps aside. And people asking, so why are people still going back to the streets? People are failing to see what is carrying this protest is basically a demand for genuine reform.
There you go.
It is not enough to say I'm resigning or I'm stepping aside. What if you get into deep reading, you'll see the demand of the Gen Z. They don't want token gestures. Tokenism is not going to work with this generation. And today, the political class assumes it is those days when before an election, you'll go to a village, buy a few tanks, get a few lassos, get them branded, make some women line up, let them clap for you. We know, of course, they're paid. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. A lot of these crowds are hired. We know that. Whatever it is you will call it, they're hired. So then give them 5,000, not 5,000, give them 500, 200 shillings, give them 2,000. Give them 2 kgs of sugar. Give them 2 kgs of maize meal. And then you think that you've bought their loyalty, you've bought them. You're forgetting you may be doing that to their mothers and their fathers. There's a generation that is rising up and they don't want tokenism. What they want a system change. What they want inclusivity in a government that cares for them. What they want is a youth-centered, policy-oriented priorities. They want to be at the center of this. They want to be involved. They want to be engaged. And that's why they pulled in the president. They said, we want you to talk to us directly. Don't send us your CSs. Come directly. And what did the president do? He went to the X space. For the first time, the president was actually talking to people on that space. And you listen to how young people are talking, besides the one who are very abusive. But you listen to a number of them and how they were articulating their issues. They know what is going on in this country. They're not ignorant. They're very well informed. But now we get to a point where, as we are heading towards 25th, there's a whole conversation around the tension that is building between what I would call idealism and the political realities. On one hand, when you look at what the political class is doing and what you look at what the other side of the country or the other part of the country is doing, two totally different spaces, like I said. So you have now the involvement of political figures who have come out of government who are forming alignments. And you look at the conversations online and you look at the comments, and what this generation is still asking is, this is not the face that is going to represent us. No, we know you guys are lying to us. We know if you're not on the same table with these same people, you wouldn't be talking like this if you're eating from the same table. You're only talking like that because you're not on that table. You don't have, quote unquote, a share. So there's a trust deficit when you look at what's going on in the country. And the young people feel that the promises that were made, not just by the president, but by the politicians, through the manifestos coming into government, those aspirations, those desires, everything they looked up to and the hope that they had, all of a sudden they're looking at, we are dealing with one crisis to another. We have what you call performance tactics. We are basically trying to firefight a situation here, firefight a situation there. But they know what these politicians are doing is for political mileage. You're looking at the election. Politicians are also not stupid. They're very calculating.
Indeed. Let's take a break at this point. We're going to come back and we can continue this conversation. And then even as we do, that I think that the reality of where we are, and then for us to be able to share information as we do, is what should be front and center. But then we should point ourselves in the direction of, so then what? Then what? And that's what we talk about this morning in the Situation Room. It's 26 minutes to 8 o'clock. We'll come back and continue with this after the break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life. Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, currently at 14 degrees. It's 12 degrees and partly sunny into Nakuru, and 15 degrees and cloudy in Njeri. Eldoret is cloudy at 13, and we're looking into a cloudy Mombasa at 23. With cloudy conditions at 26 now in Malindi. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu, and at 18, Kakamega is cloudy. It's 20 and partly sunny in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 22 is sunny. 8 degrees and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu is sunny at 25. Addis Ababa is sunny at 15. It's 25 and mostly clear in Lagos, with clear conditions at 22 in Kinshasa.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic
is heavy coming off of the Eastern Bypass, finding its way all the way through towards North Airport Road. And so Monday morning is having folks trying to get one way towards the city, or then through towards Outer Ring. So we'll see that. Crossing over towards Manyanja Road, we'll find traffic then on Jago Road. And then also from Kangunda Road, that traffic has already started to trickle in from the jump this morning. And there's a beehive of activity all the way through towards the other side of the Thika Superhighway, which, by the way, is fraught with traffic. It's bumper to bumper coming in from Githurai through towards Survey and then out towards the Pangani Underpass. We actually see a lengthening traffic on Kiambu Road this morning, and it is going to find its way through towards the city. Limuru Road is busy, and we have some traffic then also on Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley has already started to form, and it's also doing the same thing coming in from Westlands. On the A104, traffic is going to find its way through towards the city via Westlands, and the Red Hill Link Road also traffic and more traffic. We're in traffic hour, folks. Let's see what happens. Don't lose an arm or a leg. Let's find that good route and talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
22 minutes to 8 o'clock. And so then the question is, what next? Somebody said that, we've already written the Book of Lamentations and that we can go reading it and talk about the Lamentations. The unfortunate thing, though, is that at the time that the Book of Lamentations was written, it's actually, the Bible is actually one of the books in history. It's not just a book for religious folks. It's actually a historical, a book that can find a lot about what was going on in the times. And when the Book of Lamentations was written, it's about the things that Job was seeing, because he's the one who wrote the book, about the things that he was seeing, and he was like, there's so much that's going on that's just wrong, but they happened. He didn't talk about happenings. He talked about things that happened and then lamented about them. But then at the end of the time, what happened is that there was hope, because something was going to come out of it that would give into a new time. And then now you go forward when then you see the books like Ecclesiastes, which were then times when that hope then was lived, and then there was praise, right? And somebody said, well, you can't keep lamenting. And I say, yes, you can. And the only way that you can do that is because you're taking cognizance of the facts that these things are actually happening. These things are happening. Now, you can bury your head in the sand and say, well, things are bad, but it's going to get better. Or you can face the thing and say, this is a problem and this is what we ought to do about it.
I have a question. If you were to put Kenya on the biblical map, which book are we in? Because there was a time in this country where we were in the book of Exodus.
We were leaving and
going to Canaan. There was a period where Kenya was heading there.
To Canaan, yeah.
Where are we?
I think the book of Revelation. Nothing is working. Like everything is being revealed. When you talk about your education, not working. Talk about healthcare, it's not working. Talk about pending bills, not working.
According to Dennis, we're in the end times. We're in the end times.
End times.
It's about to be revealed to us. We'll see the lion and the lamb.
We are in the beginning. Now it's being revealed.
But then you ask yourself from all of this, even from a journalistic point of view, that we hear and we share this information and we interrogate it and we analyze it and we talk about the happenings that are, going on. Then we must also point ourselves in a direction where we say, okay, folks, this is where you are. Yeah. If you're in the pit, are you going to stay there? Are you going to constantly remind folks about what good governance should look like? Are you going to constantly remind folks about the fact that, if you've been given a position, this is what you ought to do with it? Do you say that we should make sure that we start to, claw on corruption and try to say, okay, there's an election coming up, and then do we share information about that election coming up? And then there's a story that, might want us to lament just a little bit more.
Like I said, let's zoom out.
Okay.
So we know what's going on the streets and what's going to happen on the streets. Now let's zoom out and look at something that is really, really critical. So IEBC, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, has accumulated pending bills. This is where I need my calculator. Let me actually start putting this together. So has an accumulated pending bills totaling 3.7 billion KES. Majority of the pending bills relate to legal fees arising from petitions following the last general election. Let's underline that for a moment. Following the last general elections. How much money did I say? 3.7 billion.
Okay.
So the IEBC CEO, Hussein Marjan, disclosed that the pending bills include, number one, legal fees. So tumesema ni 3.7?
Yes.
Legal fees amounting to 2.1 billion. 3.7 minus 2.1? That's just legal fees.
It's 1.6.
Okay, good. Now, presidential election petition legal fees of 554 million. Election logistics with the Postal Corporation, 299 million. And 837 million for various goods and services. Here hatujapatiwa an itemized list. We are just told it's 837 million Kenya shillings for goods, various goods and services. Now, let's continue zooming this story. So Marjan appeared before the Senate Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, which is deliberating on priority electoral reforms. So we're talking about police reforms on this other side. Now we're talking about electoral reforms ahead of the 2027 general elections in Nairobi. So he revealed that the commission had negotiated the legal bills. So they saved 642.6 billion from the 2.1 billion that I earlier stated, okay? So wame save pesa ngapi? 642.6 million. Now, the commission anticipated additional legal fees currently pending the conclusion of ongoing cases. So we are still dealing with cases for last election. Okay, 27 is how many years from now?
2.
Just 2 years, eh?
Yeah.
Let's continue. Good. So the court awards against the commission amount to 41 million. So he said we had to pay this money because he was also taken to court. So he disclosed that he had been cited for contempt of court and faces the risk of being committed to civil jail for failing to meet court-ordered costs. Now, let's look at the 2027 general election. Si tumemalizana na madeni.
Yes.
This is what they owe.
Yep.
This is how much they've managed to pay, and this is what they've managed to save. So regarding 2027 election, Marjan said the total resource requirement initially was standing at 61.7 billion. Okay? Initially, 61.7 billion. See, we have been talking about austerity measures. We are cutting costs everywhere.
Yeah.
So, after further consultation with the National Treasury, the Commission revised the requirement downwards. So, IEBC kakatwa to 57.38 billion. From how much? 61 billion. So, the IEBC is also expected to conduct by-elections. 2 years to the next general election, IEBC is expected to conduct 22 by-elections. Let me repeat, 22 by-elections.
Hold up. Please. Before the 2027 general elections, there are 22 by-elections that need to happen because of certain things, natural occurrences like unfortunate death and such. Okay.
Yes.
And then those who were, promoted to CSs and such left vacancies. Voila.
Exactly.
Carry
Wait,
on.
before you even get to that, let me make it even worse. There is the delimitation process that IEBC requires 7 billion shillings to do, but the government in the previous allocation just slashed it to 0. Continue.
Hatujafika hata hapo. So tunaongea tu ya election kwanza. Tumalizane na madeni. Then we are talking about 2027, how much is needed, how much was cut.
Yeah.
Yes?
Okay.
Now we are talking about by-elections, 22 of them. They include 15 for MCAs. 15 MCAs. This one alone requires 1.08 billion. How many?
1.08.
By-elections are MCAs. They require 1.08 billion. For these by-elections, but so far, the allocation to these 22 by-elections from the 1B they require for this 15 MCAs, we are talking about the allocation of 788 million. This is the National Treasury. This is what they are saying we are going to give you.
They need 1.08, but they said we're going to give them 7. So say how you enter it and enter and join it inside.
So you have a deficit of almost 300
Yes.
billion. Okay.
No.
Now, Marjan, he outlined the funding needs for several key by-elections. Let's start with the Baringo senatorial race. The Baringo senatorial race is going to gobble up 343.6 million. Okay?
That's half of the money they're giving them now.
Yes. The Banisa by-election is expected to gobble 53.6 million.
Okay.
53.6 million. Magarini will need 71.6 million. Ugunja's by-election is projected at 54.3 million. Malava, 67.8 million. Mbere North, 59.4 million. So, the committee chairperson established that we all need this money. My head hurts.
There is Kasipul has not been included.
No, because I can't go through the entire
Just
list.
put
We will take too much
54
money. I've just highlighted the key ones and how much money is going into all this. So, at a glance, when you're looking at all this, 61.7 billion is the total resource requirement for the 2027 general election. The amount was revised to 57. Now, IEBC is awaiting 6 MPs elections, 15 for MCAs and 1 for the senatorial seat that I've just mentioned. This is the money they required. 788 million is what they are being told. Mjipange na yo pesa. And already for 2027, there is what? A deficit. Money has already been slashed.
They said they needed 67 billion shillings for the 2027 election.
Yeah, 61.7 billion.
That's what they said they needed.
Yes.
61.7 billion. So it has been cut by how much?
To 57.38
billion.
Yes.
Okay. So
almost 4B has been chomoleod.
Okay. This 788 million shillings that's supposed to go towards by-election, when did they say they're removing that money? When did they say they're removing that money?
No, they expected to carry out these 22 by-elections, which I've said includes the 15 for members of county assembly MCAs. They require 1.08 billion.
Yeah, I got that.
But the allocation that they are being given by the National Treasury is 788 million.
Okay, my question is, are they actually going to give them this? Has it already come out, this 788 million?
Well, in Treasury language, money has been allocated.
Okay.
So allocated does not necessarily mean it's in the account. It's we are saying, Ndu, I'm allocating 2,000 shillings for your lunch today. Doesn't mean that it's hit your phone or it's in your account. Doesn't mean that in your in
but
your
you
purse. No.
in
But
your mind
allocated.
you've allocated.
Yeah, I've allocated.
Whether it reaches you or not is a totally different story.
Yes.
But then also let's look at the timeline. When constitutionally we should not have had vacant seats for more than 90 days, according to the Constitution. If by natural reason, whatever, a seat becomes vacant, the Constitution says that within 90 days a by-election should have been held, called by the IEBC, etc., and a new individual has been put in place. I would say that a number of these seats have been vacant for 6 months, going to 9 months. Some of them fresh, but some of them have been there for a very long time. If we see that is the trend, is it only money? Number one, they were waiting for an IEBC to be properly constituted, which, even though it's against what the court said, hang on, but then we've still gone ahead and put the IEBC in place. What timeline are they giving? Because remember, there's so many things that are happening at the same time. By-election is over here. Continuous voter registration and education over here. The boundaries which you needed to delimitation over here. Before you now start to prepare for election proper is over here. Sorry. In terms of a timeline, and maybe somebody can tell us, when is this by-election? Because the people have a right to representation under the Constitution. When do we see that these by-elections will actually take place? Mind you, already in June, or we're getting into a new financial year from the 1st of July. When do we see that this will actually happen? Because, 2025 more or less is over. Hello? Somebody in the room? Hello?
You
see, when it's dead silence tells you there is no proper communication that will happen, if at all there are any plans for that to happen. Because we talk about IEBC, the allocations they've requested for, and the cuts that they are facing. Everything to them right now is very difficult, and all that seems that they're focusing on is 2027 general election.
I think people are stressed. No, in fact, you know what? I felt on Friday, I had an overwhelming moment, like I couldn't breathe, having a panic attack. I think that Kenya is having a panic attack. There is actually too much going on, and these are the manifestations that we see. That every sector that you look at, there is a problem. I think that's too much on the plate. You have indigestion. It's just not working.
And you
can't tell me otherwise. That so many things are going belly up at the same time.
You see, the things are belly up at the same time. But if the leadership would just pause for a moment to listen to what is being said and do, to listen to its professionals within the system, and intentionally decide to tick everything a box after the other, this country would not be belly up. All this is designed chaos. All this is designed chaos so that everybody keeps talking while they do whatever it is they know how to do best.
Tuonge Kiswahili Kizungu. So you know, we've had vacancies accumulated since 2023. So you have seats in parliament and county assemblies that have been vacant due to death. Or resignations, or people have moved court process, or people have moved into government, so you can't go back to your seats. But by-elections couldn't be held without a functional IEBC, and that's why, for the longest time, there was the outcry: we need IEBC to be formed. We need IEBC to be formed. We need the full roster of commissioners, in effect, to start carrying out their legal mandate. Because as it stands, you need a by-election, but you have no commission. When was the new team constituted?
In May.
Yeah.
Yes. Naachia hapo kwa sasa.
Is there any plan of communication on any by-elections that would take place? Hata mimi nimeachia hapo.
I think there's too much. You know what? I think too much has gone wrong for too long at the same time. And so right now, you actually don't even know which problem you're going to pick and how you're going to tackle it. So things are just boiling everywhere.
But
this one is burning, this one is boiling, popcorn is... They've removed the cover, it's everywhere, just jumping about.
But the law is very clear.
Is it now?
Yeah, the law is very clear.
Teacher.
No, it's not a laughing matter, but
finance. So we have all these issues, but see, another problem we have is to maintain and refurbish status.
No, in fact, Bas, you know what? How much was that money that you called, Dennis?
Thank you.
That you said that they were using to do State House. Wait. Let me show you.
How much money?
You said it was 800 and something million, Abi.
Do you want me to go through that?
It was 800 and something million.
Yeah.
They've not spent the money yet, right?
No.
So you see this 788 million that Treasury is saying that they need to do, they're going to send to do elections, by-elections, which are a constitutional requirement. They can just take that money and give these guys this 788 million that they need to do by election.
Let's do the math.
And they can do it by September.
Let's do the math. So they've been given 788.
Yes.
From the initial 1.08 they were asking, right? 1.08 billion. That's what IBC was asking. So Treasury has given them 788. Now let's add 788 million to the 800 million that has been allocated for State House renovation.
You get 1.588 billion shillings.
They will be able to conduct that.
When you keep saying our priorities are wrong, this is exactly what we talk about.
Shebi State House is standing. The water is running inside State House. The grass is still green.
Yes.
People are living inside State House. There are things that are operational.
Yes.
Now they can wait.
They renovated it. It already looks good. We have established that.
They can wait.
The lawn is mowed every morning.
This one, the supreme law of the land. The supreme law of the land requires you to have a by-election for those seats which are vacant.
Yes.
And you say that we know money. See, money.
Let's even take it a little bit, just a little bit further. So they're asking for 61.7 billion.
Yes.
For the 2027 general election. All right. However, the National Treasury revised the requirement downwards to 57.38 billion. So let's add 57.38 billion to the 890 million that is going for. And there's a word here we need to underline. It is status getting another 890.
Yes.
There are other figures if we go to those details, but let's just add the 890 million
to the 67.
To the 57.38 billion. We add 890 million.
It comes to 65 point some odd billion.
And how much money are they asking? 61.7.
Yeah, they would have it. It's just there. It's somewhere.
So money for elections imekatwa, but we will allocate some money for renovations. Where are our priorities?
They've been flushed down the loo a while ago.
Mswahili usema hizo priorities zimekufa mende.
They have been. And these are the things. And this is why I say it's necessary for us to open our eyes about certain things that are happening and then be able to ask informed questions. And those informed questions that you ask then ought to be, given answers. And that is why I really do feel, and I'm not justifying or giving excuse, I'm saying that I feel that there is an overwhelming situation at the moment that you do not know which pot you're going to uncover and see how much of a bubble over you will have, because there are just too many pots bubbling at the same time. And all of these have been caused from years of insobriety. It's been caused from years of lack of priority. But I do agree. I think that in this chaos, when you look and you will see the clearing, you will see it very clear that this is what somebody's intention was. You go look at confusion over there so that you're not paying attention to what I'm really doing down here.
There's something called organized chaos.
It is. Exactly. And this is exactly, yes, this is what it is. That let's have a situation where across board, every sector at some point is struggling. And that there is money, but you don't allocate it to what it should be allocated to. And then you get to a point where things are just bubbling over. And so somebody would ask, so why would you do that? If you're in a position of leadership, why would I intentionally sabotage? I said, well, intentional sabotage is a practice that has been used by many people for many years. And here we are, again, in a situation where you're going to an election in less than 2 years, and you don't know where the money's going to come from. Because guess what? In 2027, there's a Eurobond that's due.
Yeah.
I'm just reminding you that a Eurobond is due in 2027. There's one due in 2025, there's one due in 2027, and that is where we are headed. You have to ask yourself the questions. So when you lament, you ask, and then you point towards solutions. Guys, you have work to do. Now is the time to do it. It's 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has issued a strong warning to his predecessor Rigathi Gachagwa for engaging in distracting and divisive politics. In a statement on Sunday, Kindiki accused Gachagwa of indulging in scandalous political behavior, describing him as Mr. Trapman, whose political life has been sustained through shallow threats, pride and incompetence. He emphasized his determination not to succumb to the pressures created by opposition politics. This came hours after Gachagwa accused Kindiki and President William Ruto of sponsoring youths in Meru County to disrupt his rallies over the weekend.
Amepoteza kura milioni 4 akifuata kura milioni 1. I may not be very experienced myself, but I know leaving 4-5 million votes for 1 million is not political wisdom. It cannot be political wisdom. Ulituma ati askari kupigana na goons. Wewe mwenyewe nchi yako umeweka goons ndio wanaumiza watu. Ndio tumeanza kuona hii Haiti haikuwa genuine, ilikuwa ni benchmarking on how to create criminal gangs.
Gachagwa further claimed that President Ruto was furious at Kindiki for failing to woo Mount Kenya voters, saying the president has lost support in the region.
If you want to be re-elected, if you have any plan for re-election, in your formula, in your mathematics, remove the mountain. It's gone and gone and gone forever. Mimi usinilaumu because I was a good advisor. Hata kama unanitukana, unasema niko na panganga, unasema ni mukabila, unasema sina plan, at least I gave you good advice. For Kenya, I may not be confident I advise you correctly, but for the mountain, I gave you good advice. You ignored.
National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has called on leaders to shun divisive politics. Speaking in Bungoma County, Wetangula warned that aggressive posturing, divisive rhetoric and premature campaigning could tear the country apart.
Nchi yetu imekuwa na changamoto na Father amesema tuombee amani, kwa sababu amani haina alternative in life. Tuombee amani, nchi yetu iwe na amani, tuheshimiane. Hata wale viongozi wenye wanaingia upinzani tunawaambia wapunguze lugha chafu na lugha ya matusi.
As the country prepares for nationwide protests on Wednesday to honor young people who were killed during last year's anti-finance bill protests, Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruto has called for dialogue. Ruto, who was speaking in Embu County during an interdenominational church service, urged Gen Zs who are organizing the protests to instead express their grievances through dialogue and peaceful engagement. For his part, former Chief Justice David Maraga, who attended an interdenominational prayer service in Nairobi, asked President William Ruto to ensure public safety during the upcoming protests.
I have one short message to President Ruto. President Ruto, the ultimate security and welfare of the people of Kenya rests in your hands. Yes. Please don't send us to the state where Haiti is. When you allow goons to come and disperse peaceful demonstrators on the streets, you are sending us to Haiti.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has dismissed as false, malicious and politically motivated allegations that he sponsored goons that infiltrated last Tuesday's protest in Nairobi. The goons, who were armed with crude weapons, terrorized peaceful demonstrators, stealing from them and bystanders, and ransacked business premises. They were captured in a viral video chanting Sakaja to Melinda Gigi as they passed outside City Hall, but the governor, who is alleged to have paid them 2 million shillings to neutralize the protests, has distanced himself from them.
Let me be clear and unequivocal. I have never and will never sponsor violence of any kind. My entire political life has been anchored on siasa safi, which upholds human dignity, the rule of law, and the democratic rights of every Kenyan. I have never used violence to gain power, and I never will. My record speaks for itself. These accusations are not only false, they are a desperate attempt by certain well-known individuals whose political careers are marked by violence, by intimidation, by chaos, who have gone as far as to hire goons to come and infiltrate protests and say that I'm the one who sent them.
This comes days after Busia Senator Kio Mtata called for Sakaja's impeachment, accusing him of sponsoring the goons to disrupt protests. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening. That we are in traffic hour proper this Monday morning. It's busy. The skies are a bit cloudy, and that's going to folks are going a little bit slower than they normally would. Quite some traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway. It's now contained to just before the Allsops Junction, and then out towards Muranga Road on one side, Wangari Maathai on the other. As you approach museums, in and outbound traffic is crazy. And coming off of the expressway, you're going to find yourself going towards Chiromo, or then going on the overpass, and then joining traffic that's coming in from Wangari Maathai. So that that is busy. It's also quite busy coming off of Limuru Road, and we'll see some traffic Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley, very busy as well. As you come out of Westlands, Waiakiwe, there is some traffic that has built, and it's going to slow folks down. Langata Road going towards Raila Odinga Way, also traffic coming off of Mombasa Road, joining right around the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. Very busy this morning. The Eastern Bypass, in and outbound traffic doing the thing towards the Cabanas interchange, and that roundabout outer ring on the Embakasi loop is busy as well. All right, so all of that contributing to traffic this morning. It's going a bit slow in different areas. Let's talk and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Coming in at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we get into one whereby we leave our borders, but not really, because we look at issues that affect the world, affecting Kenya and also affecting the region at this time. And so we'll get into that in just a minute, when I now remind by asking you the question, if you're passionate about creating a better future for Kenya. Are you? Well, so is the I&M Foundation, and this is the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. So for the past 5 years, 2% of annual profits has been put away towards impactful programs, and it's the highest commitment in the Kenya banking sector. And that work focuses on vital areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. But we're going to focus today and highlight environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting precious natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, always ensuring a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. And we renew our pact, keep impacting. Learn more from the I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more, powered by I&M Bank.
Let me talk to business owners. Are you having transactional costs that are cutting into your bottom line? Do you need capital to grow? Well, I&M Bank is powering your hustle with the I&M Solo Biz account. Lower your costs with free bank to M-Pesa and Airtel money transfers. Receive customer payments easily with Lipa na I&M. But there's more. Need to restock? Use Jazza Stock. Fulfilling a big order? Get LPO financing. Plus, access unsecured business loans of up to 5 million shillings. Stop just running your business. Start growing it. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on the Go app.
Fantastic. Dr. Kenneth Ombongi is a senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi Department of History and Archaeology, has been here before and joins us this Monday morning, again in the hot seat of the Situation Room. Dr. Ombongi, good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm still alive and kicking.
It's a good thing.
Yes,
a very good thing.
It's been some time I was here. And I've just landed back.
You've landed back, and in that time, yet another conflict has rocked the world, and we are in the throes of it, and we're going to get into that in a minute, and then maybe ask ourselves the eternal question about why should several different jurisdictions talk about conflicts that may not necessarily touch on them. So we'll look into that in just a minute. But in another country which I know you have experience in comes a proverb that Dennis is going to share with us this morning. I would love your interpretation of it.
You know, this morning I've been thrown into the deep end because I'm sitting next to Doctor of History. And we are talking about the proverbs in the African continent. But we are in the East Africa region, and the country we're talking about is considered to be the home of coffee, the birthplace of coffee. And the one thing they have common with Kenya is that the athletes are watu wa masafa marefu, long distance runners. You know, talk about the Keles of Ethiopia, talk about Haile Gebrselassie. And it is a country that has never been colonized before. They fought the Italians just because they are Ethiopians, and it is also the home of Blue Nile. And our proverb from Ethiopia: when the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. When the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. How would you interpret that?
Well, when the spider web unite,
yes,
they can tie up a lion. Very fascinating saying from Ethiopia. the land of Abyssinia, the ancient kingdom of Abyssinia. One of the most important civilizations in Africa. Basically, what I hear the proverb is saying is that, I have a small you are. In a group, you acquire some extraordinary strength that can do extraordinary things. It is one proverb that seems to me to emphasize unity of purpose. It is one proverb that emphasizes working together, joining hands, and you can do some great stuff. You can do great things in the face of unity of purpose and working together and pulling towards the same direction. There are similar proverbs all around, even including the region.
Yeah.
I remember I told you, you used to sit there, that sometimes you don't have to go very far to look for this sage wisdom.
Yeah.
You can find it just next door.
Indeed.
If I went back to my village, I'll actually get the equivalent of the same.
We have them.
Yeah, so that's African wisdom.
Indeed.
Yes. Yeah, unity of purpose, working together.
Working together.
Umoja ni nguvu kwa Kiswahili. Yeah.
Voila. Yeah. So just a week ago, I believe actually a week and 3 days ago, because it was on Friday that we saw the first launch attacks on Iran by Israel. And so much has happened since then. There's a lot of vowing that has taken place in between. Israel said that if they had to take an isolationist position and deal with the threat that comes from Iran, that they were going to go ahead and do that. Iran has said that under no circumstance whatsoever, unless it was a diplomatic intervention, would they be surrendering anything to anybody. We also hear Iran saying that what happened in terms of the attack towards them was one of preemption, that nothing had actually happened, but that Israel took a guess about what could be nuclear might on Iran's side and decided to act because they felt that there was an imminent threat. The Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei promises to punish the Zionist enemy in his first comments after the US joined Israel's attacks on his country. On Friday, just last week, US President Donald Trump said, you know what, we will probably take some action against Iran if they don't stop, and they have lived true to their promise. US President Donald Trump hinted at a possible regime change in Tehran and said, if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? We have also seen the US attempts at regime change in different parts of the Gulf. We saw the same in Afghanistan. One would ask the question, where is Afghanistan today? We saw the same in Iraq. One would ask, where is Iraq today? We saw an attempt at that in Libya coming into Africa. And then one would ask, what is the position of Libya today? When we hear the US talk of regime change, we often see countries end up in dilapidated states. But before we go into that, let's look at the Iran-Israeli conflict at the moment and ask ourselves if it was necessary for the US to enter into this conflict in the first place, and how then this affects the rest of us. Dr. Ari.
Well, thank you, Madam Du, for that kind of historical exegesis that you have given of this conflict. The question you are asking is if it was necessary for the U.S. To enter into this conflict. You only need to delve into a bit of the history of the Middle East and also the emergence of what we call modern Israel. And American diplomacy towards Israel over a period of time to be able to appreciate that, quote unquote, from the perspective of the United States national interest, it was almost a given that they will intervene. And I have this feeling that if you look through history, they could have intervened regardless of who was the President of the United States. Probably the means of intervention could have been different, but nevertheless, the United States could have intervened. There are two key factors that prompted the U.S. to intervene in this crisis. Of course, the obvious one, which everybody will want to talk about, is the United States still, regardless of the weakness that it has experienced lately because of fairly disruptive, right-wing policies, is still a superpower in the world. And over the years, it has used different regions of the world. You've mentioned the north of Africa. You mentioned different countries in the Middle East to demonstrate to who cares to listen that, hey man, we are still around.
Right.
We are the great boys of the world, and we survey. We lay surveillance to what is happening, and there are things we cannot allow to happen. That's, of course, one. The strategic factor of wanting to maintain the influence as the only standing superpower.
Yeah.
But the reality is that America is a giant in decline, if it was actually a giant. And then number two, we have the traditional relationship between Israel and America, where it is America's official foreign policy to protect Israel. There are internal forces within the United States that work towards informing this kind of policy, which of course ranges from the strong Jewish lobby in the Americas and of course the role of America in creating what we call the Jewish state at the moment. Because of the threat that Iran seemed to pose with its fairly intransigency when it comes to, posturing its nuclear capabilities. The America suffers from the phobia of what Iran could do. To Israel. And we have seen Trump consistently vowing that he will do something. Trump always has oscillated between, diplomacy and force in trying to solve the problem, unlike Obama, who basically used diplomacy to oversee or to maintain the situation in the Middle East. So because of that, Trump had to act. And then Iran caught itself between the two friendly powers and received a very hard hitting in the last 1 week, beginning with the last weekend from Israel itself, and of course the most recent this weekend from the United States.
Yeah. So
strategic interests, America's foreign policy towards the protection of Israel, and also its views on the proliferation of nuclear capabilities around the world. A very unfair way of looking at it. There's a contradiction there. Israel, we don't seem to know exactly its nuclear capability, but America is silent about it. Iran was actually hit not because of what it did,
what it could do,
but what it could do. Yeah.
So, Prof, if you look at the response, America attacking Iran, and the response as well from Iran towards that attack, there is fear that those who are considered to be American friends could also be in the line of attack in terms of response from America, from Iran, sorry. And you look at America as well, just talking about having a regime change and talking of making Iran great again. One begs the question, does the U.S. have any case against Iran?
Well, if you looked at it, just a moment ago referred to the contradiction that comes with this conflict. America is known nuclear state. It's also obvious that Israel has its own capability. But the nature of discriminative diplomacy, where countries which have that capability don't want other countries to have their own, is an obvious practice in international relations and general diplomatic history, if you looked at it. Therefore, this is, if you analyze it through history, a case of those who are able oppressing those who are not able to stand their ground. And when you look at Tehran, they are saying, you can bomb our cities, you can bomb our nuclear sites, but we are not done yet. We are down, but not out. That is really expected for a country that is facing two strong powers of the world. One which exercises a lot of influence and hegemony in the Middle East, and another one which exercises a lot of influence and hegemony across our planet. So I think the key point here is that Iran has a right to defend itself, if you look at it that way. And no country will come out, even when they are hard hit, to say, we are now down. You will want to throw your kicks around, and banking on friendly countries. You had the other day, Iran dispatched one of its top diplomats to Russia. China is watching things on the fringes and seeing what is happening. I know that many of the Arab countries are, strongly supporting Tehran from behind the scenes. And of course, there are non-state actors who have joined these conflicts before. You talk about groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon. You talk about the Houthis in Yemen, and you talk about there's another group in Gaza, Hamas. I'm sure wherever they are very tactfully and tacitly supporting Iran against the two powers, one regional and the other one global.
Dr. Mbongi,
yes.
My question is, on April 12th this year, the US and Iran began having some conversations, or a series of negotiations aimed at reaching a nuclear peace agreement. Within the space of those conversations, right before they were to do another meeting, Israel carried out these military strikes on their military infrastructure and their nuclear facilities. What some may call a preemptive tactic from Israel's side. The question is, isn't this timing also suspect? Because there are conversations that are already ongoing before now Israel carried out this strike. What do you read about this timing of this latest attack?
One obvious thing that one could simply read is an attempt to hoodwink Tehran, that come to the table and we negotiate. I'm pretty sure that the Israelis could have not attacked Iran without the knowledge of the Americans. And even the quick way and style the Americans have come in clearly tells you that this is something that has been happening between the two countries. So you clearly see that the negotiations, typical of Donald Trump, they were just used as a decoy. Probably to make Iran believe that we are negotiating. Because coming on the heels of those ongoing negotiations, Iran is hit. But if you look at from 2018, you could clearly see where Trump was heading. during his first term as President of the United States. He came in and cancelled the accord that Obama had nurtured because in the agreement of 2015, where Iran went into an agreement with a number of European countries, of course including the America, particularly those of the permanent members of the Security Council, Iran was being accused of having renegated on those agreements. Obama, using a lot of diplomacy, but continue with the traditional American foreign policy towards protecting Israel and also being against the nuclear proliferation, he actually upholded that agreement. Trump comes in and he cancels it. So I could be surprised if Tehran did not expect that in the midst of these talks, Trump and Israel will hit them. I think if the Iranian diplomats and war strategists could have expected the worst, dealing with an extreme right-wing president in Washington, fairly unpredictable in a number of things, they could have expected this, in my view.
I mean, and two quick ones. So you look around, you talk about external attacks because you referred to, the Hamas, the Houthis, and all that, all these groups. And the ambassador was here, and we asked that question because there's always this conversation around Iran supporting them.
Yes.
And though they're saying they don't do that openly and they've never attacked anybody, but through proxy networks.
Yes.
Now, when you have external attacks, they often rally a population or people around hardliners. We had lessons from the 1980 to 88, the Iran-Iraq. What does this latest response suggest going into the future with all these groups around Iran? One. Two, how does Russia and China and several countries that have said, America, stay out of this? How do you see the realignment within the Middle East region and also in Europe with what now the US has done in Iraq and its clear support of Israel?
One obvious thing, of course, when you are talking to diplomats, they are speaking diplomatic language. And the diplomatic speak in its very nature is to moderate and understate things. But the reality is that if there are any chances of attacking U.S. interests or attacking Israel right now, they are likely to come from the non-state actors. The Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen, and Hezbollah. Because these are the groups you cannot pin to any location. They are basically what one could loosely call guerrilla tactics, but at the international level. And they cannot very easily be targeted by either Israel or America because you cannot locate them specifically the way they have located Tehran and bombed the nuclear places. I expect that the support from the Arab countries will be tacit and hidden because nobody wants to suffer a retaliatory attack from the United States. And Trump has demonstrated that he means what he says, and he says what he means. So the countries around the Middle East, which in their hearts and their minds are supporting Iran, are not going to be very open. It's fairly obvious.
Dr. Mbongi, we're going to go to break in just a minute, but then when we come back from that, also we want to look at the ties towards Kenya and why it's important that Kenya has this conversation. Because I can already see comments and saying, well, you've got so much business to handle in Kenya. Why are you worried about a conflict that's happening, outside of even the region? But we'll come to that. But when we look at the tenets of international humanitarian law, for which a lot of these nations who are within this whole quagmire are party to, have ratified protocols around international humanitarian law, it is widely known and accepted that a conflict that comes about as a result of a preemptive thought is essentially against the tenets of international humanitarian law. That's clear. So when we talk about retaliatory conflict, such as what we see the US doing now, if it has no basis in terms of the genesis of a conflict and what actually spurred that on, how then do we allow that from the organs that practice and entrench international humanitarian law, from the United Nations to regional bodies and such? Why do we see the allowance of such to occur? That you cannot go to conflict based on thought or fear, but we see that there's retaliation taking place on a conflict that was born from a thought or a fear that was not established.
Madam Ndu, a choice between morality and the national interest in the practice of international relations historically, national interest carries the day. At the moment, the United States and Israel are thinking about their national interests and the potential that Tehran or Iran poses to that, wherever they define what their national interest is. And I've just said that for the last several years, America's foreign policy towards the Middle East is guided by one key principle: the protection of Israel. So anything that poses any potential threat to that, it will face the kind of reaction that we have seen. Then humanitarian law comes second to that, as it were. So that's very obvious. And Professor Hans Morgenthau told us many years back in his famous book Politics Among Nations, that the predominant factor in international relations is national interest, and countries relate in terms of what is in there for us. Yes.
Let's take a break at this point. Dr. Kenneth Mbongi joins us this hour as the senior lecturer at the United Nations. Possible that could be.
As a good wish, I may end up in the United Nations.
Here we go. From your mouth to God's ears.
Yes.
University of Nairobi Department of History and Archaeology, and we're looking at Enter America, the high stakes of a distant war. We're going to come back from this break and maybe then answer those questions where folks are saying, don't we have enough things to discuss? Or don't we have enough issues that we need to deal with, that we're now involving ourselves in a conversation around Israel and Iran? We'll come back and deal with that after this. It's 26 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it, because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions at 15 into Nairobi, and it's 14 and sunny in Nakuru, while at 15 it's sunny into Njeri, and Eldoret at 16 is sunny in coming into Monday. All right, going into a partly sunny Mombasa at 24, Malindi at 27 is sunny, and it's 22 and sunny into Kisumu. Kakamega is sunny at 20, and Kampala partly sunny at 21, while Dar es Salaam at 22 is sunny. It's looking a little bit sunny at 8 in Johannesburg, while at 28 it's mostly sunny in Mogadishu, and Addis Ababa is sunny at 18. Lagos is sunny at 25 with sunny conditions at 22 in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
spice up your life. Traffic.
It is indeed a busy Monday morning, and we're looking at traffic round about the city, and here we see traffic then still quite heavy as you come off the Thika Superhighway. It's contained to right around Survey as you head towards the Pangani Underpass, and also traffic on the Eastern Bypass is still coming in heavy through towards North Airport Road, and then on Outer Ring, in and outbound traffic coming around the Embakasi Loop is very heavy as well. As you come off Mombasa Road, you're doing all right until you get to just past Next Gen, and then out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, it's going to slow down just a tad. Traffic coming off of Langata Road also is going to find itself in a bit of a hold as you get then towards Rilo Dinga Way. It's busy on Gong Road, and then also seeing that traffic coming off Wangari Maathai Way through towards museums, heading out towards Chiromo, and incoming traffic then from Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley is going to slow things down also just a little bit. So we're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get out of it. We'll talk. Folks on Limuru Road, we see you. Strength and grace is what you'll need this morning. Talk to us and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X. # The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice
continues this hour as we continue the conversation with Dr. Kenneth Ombongi, and we're looking into the Israel-Iran conflict. And it's interesting, just for a point of reminder, that we did have the Israeli ambassador to Kenya on the line talking about the position, because we do know that if we do study anything about diplomacy, is that although an ambassador may be seconded to a country to serve in that country, that they hold the position of their host nation wherever they are. And the one position that comes from the host is what they hold across board. So if you're the Israeli ambassador to Washington, or if you're the Israeli ambassador to Kenya, the position is the position of Israel. The same thing for the Islamic Republic of Iran. If you are the ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran to Kenya, or you are the if you're the ambassador of this Islamic Republic of Iran to Vietnam, you hold the position of Iran. Now, of course, both these sides have held fast to their positions. Israel saying that we will not allow any kind of threat. We will deal it in an isolationist position. Tehran saying we have a right to then be able to dabble in weapons of warfare. We can plan as we wish. But then here we are in East Africa having a conversation about what these two in the Gulf want to do, and we are forming opinions about what the US has done over the last 24 to 48 hours, and then we are forced to ask ourselves the question, why does this matter?
Okay. And before I come to that, briefly, let me respond to his question about Russia and
China.
And China. China's foreign policy is anchored around economic diplomacy, as opposed to military diplomacy like the United States. The United States will post and say we have the strongest military in the world on earth and all that. But when you look at China's foreign policy, is one that is based on building itself economically, because that provides the basis for its stature in the international system. If I'm right on that, China will watch this on the sidelines. And if it has to support, it will tacitly support Tehran in ways of equipping itself militarily, not necessarily to fight, but to respond in such a ways that makes the other nations involved in this crisis to think twice before they attack Tehran again. Russia has its own problems to deal with. The war in Ukraine is still going on, draining the economy of Russia. The sanctions have started biting in. So to them also, I think the support is likely to be one of trying to support Iran materially and to rebuild itself, because I know for sure that the recent attacks has given Iran the main, one of the reasons that it needed to say, you see, that is why we need to develop ourselves. And if you see the way it has been developing its enriched uranium over the last 15 years, in fact, the estimates are that it's about 60% of the uranium enrichment in recent years. We are not quite sure about that. That is information we are receiving from the West. But it has now a reason to say we have a right to protect ourselves. We have a right to stand on our own. So I don't foresee, and I'm a historian, my brother, somebody says that if historians have to be prophets, they are prophets of the past. So I'm using those patterns of the past just to see what will happen tomorrow. I don't see the direct involvement of the two great powers, Russia and China, in this conflict directly. They might want to work with Iran in such a ways that bolster its nuclear capability as we go on, its military support as we go on, but not directly involved, probably in joining in attacking the US or in attacking Israel. Now, back to your question. Why are we talking about a crisis in the Middle East, very far away from Nairobi? Andrew, we say in my village that war has no eyes. So when it
and no
affects,
other also the alphabet eyes either, but okay.
Yes. The Middle East geopolitically is an important part of this world. We get our oil from this region. Already I suspect that with Iran now ordering the closure of the port of Hormuz, we are going to begin to feel the pressure because of the increase of the oil prices. So we may not be right in the crisis of this distant war, but the war is going to walk into our homes through the price of bread and petrol. Believe you me, just give it a couple of days. So you may not be interested in that war in the Middle East, but it is interested in us. Take it from me on that. We have seen it before. The second factor is that, we have in the past suffered, as a country, Kenya.
Yes.
We have suffered attacks, terrorist attacks, because we are friends of America.
Yeah.
We are friends of the European Union. Westgate is still very fresh in our minds. Dusit too. Actually, Westgate is very close to where I live. It's very fresh in our minds. The attack on the American embassy way back in 1998 is still very fresh. There are Kenyans nursing wounds because of being attacked over a crisis that is far away. So the friends you keep in international relations determines the way the rest of the world reacts to you. In Nairobi has the largest embassy of America, I think, in the continent as we speak. We are, already, if the world has decided which side of this conflict that we are in. We may try to, use diplomatic speak and going around, beating around the bush. But the reality is that our foreign policy is one that has supported the American position, that has supported the Israeli position. And we have suffered for that. That's why I've always advocated for what scholars of international relations call positive diplomatic engagement, where you engage with both sides in such a ways that benefits you. You are a friend to neither, and you're not an enemy to either. That could have helped us. But we have in the past shown that we are pro-American this. We have a lot of support militarily from the United States. The American base is already here in our coast. So we are not going to run away from this, and that's a second factor.
Right.
The third one, this conflict is directly going to affect us. You see, if you have not seen in this past week, the world has stopped talking about African problems, and which are many, from the Sudanese, both the Republic of Sudan in Khartoum and also South Sudan, they still have a problem. The Horn of Africa is consistently on the edge in terms of peace and violence and stability. So we are going to be forgotten.
In terms of
yes.
In terms of diplomatic ties, still on that train of thought.
Yes.
Kenya sometimes abstains in UN votes.
Yes.
On Israel, Palestine, and some of these countries in the Middle East to try and preserve that the Arab ties or non-aligned friendships. And this often draws criticism that, hey, you can't sit on the fence. So we've had relations with the US, and Kenya has historically aligned itself with the US position. But now we have 3 countries here, and there could be more going into the future as this conflict escalates. So we have America, and America obviously has interests in Kenya. Now you have Israel, and now you have Iran. So these are 3 countries. Because of those criticism of you can't sit on the fence, how would you then see Kenya responding to this? How does Kenya align itself? Because it has relations with all these 3 countries.
Well, that's why I advocated a moment ago for what I see as tactical silence on the part of Kenya. Because honestly, if you were sitting in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and formulating our foreign policy towards the Middle East, there are things you can't say at the moment. There are things you can't do. So you better keep your mouth closed and watch the situation very carefully. And remember that this crisis has a very strong but tacit support of China. China is one of our leading partners. We call them development partners. Whether they are or not, that's a debate for another day. So that's why I would say tactical silence, tactical non-action for now, as we watch the way the crisis unfolds as a country, will actually pay than taking sides. We made a blunder as a country a few moments ago when we seemed to contradict the African Union position in relation to the attacks that happened, I think, last year. And it didn't go down very well. So at the moment, if I was asked and learning from my historical mind, is let's watch the situation very carefully. Let us not say much as a country, but let's keep all these as our friends, if that serves our national interest. You see, the president, our president has tried to say we are neither going to the west nor going to the east, we are going forward, echoing the words of Kwame Nkrumah in the 1960s, when a young journalist asked Nkrumah whether he was pro the east or pro the west. And Nkrumah turned and looked at this young man and said, young man, we are neither going to the east nor are we going to the west, we are going forward. Our current president seems to have tried to balance that, but sometimes we have missed a step here or there. I hope this time round we will not make that mistake, because we need China. I have come here in 10 minutes from my house because of expressway. Expressway reminds you of China, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right.
So, Daktari,
Mombasa Road is there. Already there are talks that it will be built by the Americans. So let's eat from both sides of our mouth. If there is such a thing in international relations.
So, Daktari, if you look at Kenya's relations with Iran, one would just go back to 2023 when former President Raisi visited the country, and the bilateral agreements that were agreed upon between the two countries talk about agriculture, the vehicle manufacturing plant that was to be set up in the country. And one would look at, with this war, Iran would now start looking inward on how to protect its people, and Kenya would stand to lose from all these bilateral agreements that had been signed. But still, in the same breath, one would hope that people would have an opportunity to sit at the table and come up with a solution, which begs the question, is there room for diplomacy in this raging war?
Obviously, yes. I think we are very clear, and there are clear lessons from history that no country develops by erasing other countries from the face of the world. Whether you call this preemptive strategy of disarming Iran or whatever it is, the grudge of Iranians against this will be there for centuries to come. They will tell their children and children of their children what the Israelis have done. So that's why, for me, I will advocate for some kind of diplomacy agreeing. Tehran has already expressed the desire to return to the negotiating table. And it's unfortunate that America attacked. The Israelis could have not relented, but also Iran has retaliated using its ballistic, missiles. That's why you realize, I think it was last week, that Israel banned any communication of any means from within the country. So you might not know what is going in a lot. So all these countries involved, the potential of the IIU crisis. IIU crisis means, Iran, Israel, and the United States escalating to become a global conflict fought in many fronts is quite high. And therefore the necessity of sitting around the table and discussing about this.
What are the indicators to point that it's potential that it could be global?
One, of course, is the overtures that Tehran is making to Russia. Tehran is making to China. And I think remotely also the overtures towards India. And you're talking about nuclear powers, like the United States. That's one clear sign that if not properly handled, this crisis is going to escalate and become a global problem. And if the non-state actors take over this shortly, they actually may not attack Israel. They may not attack the United States. They will attack the interests of these countries away from the Middle East. And that's where Kenya comes in.
There you go.
We cannot afford another Westgate, but it is likely if this thing is not handled very well. We cannot afford another Dusit 2 attack. But we are likely to have that if this crisis doesn't end. The same thing applies to where, America, the European Union, and Israel have interests in Africa and elsewhere in the world. A simple thing we have seen before where terrorists have now moved, or the people we call terrorists, we label them, have moved away from, attacking the enemy directly. They will attack the friend of the enemy. So all these are very clear signs that if not managed very carefully, using once again diplomacy, then things will escalate into full-scale World War III. Even the 2 world wars we have had, they were actually not world.
Yeah.
They were European wars fought in many fronts. This could be the Middle Eastern war that will be fought in many fronts. The other sign is America's foreign policy is not as predictable right now as probably it could have been during Joe Biden's time or Obama's time. President Trump has his own way of doing things. Trumpism in its very nature is actually fairly erratic,
sporadic,
unpredictable, and sporadic, if we may use all those terms, I guess everybody in the world is sitting on the edge and wondering what next. From Washington, from Tel Aviv, from Tehran, from Beijing, from Moscow, from Delhi, from Islamabad. Those are known nuclear powers in the world who have taken positions in different positions in this crisis. So we are at the verge, if we are not very careful, and I'm not a prophet of doom, but it's very clear that we are at the verge of the Third World War if this thing is not managed properly.
Well, speaking of Trump, I'm just reading here, the very latest is that Trump is actually floating or mulling over the idea of a massive change in Iran's leadership. There's a conversation around the impact of what they did, which is still unclear because the other, countries around Iran are saying they didn't detect any radioactivity around the area. So the impact assessment is another question. But what the U.S. president is now saying, he's floating that idea of a regime change. Isn't this the common denominator or the narrative that the U.S. in any country that has had conflict,
it plays.
That has always been the playbook.
My brother, when you look at America's foreign policy, you realize the truth of what philosopher Friedrich Hegel, that was Karl Marx's teacher, said many years ago, that the only lesson he learned from history is that people don't learn from history. You see, America for decades now has talked about regime change. And that regime change, and she's alluded to it earlier, has not led into anything meaningful in way of stability, peace in the countries where this has happened. Libya was one of the most prosperous countries in the world. Before America convinced the world that General Muammar Gaddafi was the evil man that they needed to get rid of. The guy they labeled an evil man is the guy who reorganized the healthcare of his people, provided water for the first time in a desert land to every family, assured that every family had something to eat. To dramatize it, I'm told that they could organize even for payment of dowry for young people who wanted to marry. I wish I were in Libya then. Then America convinced us that Gaddafi was evil. They got rid of him. Has Libya gotten peace?
No.
Let's go to Egypt. Egypt was once one of the shining stars of the African continent. In fact, I like at some point when Mazrui, Professor Ali Mazrui was talking about recolonization of Africa, and he grouped African countries, the African continent into regions, the northern part, the eastern part, the western part, and the southern part. And he said the regional hegemonic powers should recolonize all those countries that are causing problems. So in the north, he actually identified Egypt. In Eastern Africa, he identified Kenya. In West Africa, he identified Nigeria. And in Southern Africa, he identified South Africa. That is how well Egypt was doing. Okay, and it is a strong man, Hosni Mubarak. Regime change.
And where are we today?
Where are we today? We can go on. And closer to America, Haiti. Haiti is now becoming a buzzword in Kenya because our our police officers are there.
Yeah.
America has advocated for regime change in Haiti over the years, including right now. What has Haiti become? The lesson you need to learn is that, and this is what history has taught us, it is very difficult for imperial intentions to fight nationalism.
There you go.
The strong nationalistic spirit which comes in Tehran, mixed with a lot of religious teachings. So that theocratic nationalism in Iran is not something you'll fight. You will slaughter a few people today, but the more you slaughter, the more hydra-headed. The phrase we use, hydra-headed, that proverbial snake. If you cut one head, it
another
grows
one
two.
pops up here.
In fact, not another one, it grows two.
Two more.
So regime change, I'll tell you for free, and you can take this to the bank. The banks are just about to open. It will not work.
Dr. Kenneth Ombongi, always a pleasure. Thank you for doing that with us this morning and also showing us the relevance of this conversation today. It was necessary to do, and we'll see what happens in the coming days.
Thank you, Andy, and Andu and your colleagues here. It's always a pleasure to be here to see how you are spicing up things. Thank you, and God bless you.
Asante Sana, and you too. Good morning. It's almost 9:04, but a good one to have. Time for the news.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has sent his condolences following the passing of Nyandarua County-nominated MCA Beth Wahito. Writing on X, Ruto said Wahito, who died on Saturday, was a solid grassroots mobilizer and a steadfast UDA supporter who subscribed to progressive politics. The president added that Wahito will best be remembered for the many fresh ideas that transformed the lives of the people of Njambini. Wahito died in a road accident along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations Human Settlements Program, Susan Nahumicha, has emphasized that her deployment to the Nairobi-based UN agency was not a demotion. Speaking in Trans Nzoia County, Nahumicha, who previously served as the Cabinet Secretary for Health, said she's still a high-ranking government official. She insisted that President William Ruto's decision to reorganize his administration that saw her fired from the health docket was part of efforts to accelerate his administration's development agenda.
Nilikuwa naongea na yeye president kwa niaba ya watu wetu. Mimi najua wale watu ambao niliandika kazi nikiwa waziri. Kwa hiyo miaka 2 ile kazi nimefanya. Hakuna waziri upande huu amewahi fanya. So niendelee kuniombea. Kwa sababu kuna wakati Mungu anataka aone imani yako iko kiasi gani. Mimi Mungu alitoa step ya chini akaniweka hapa. Akazi ya ambassador si kazi kidogo. Yaani mimi nawakilisha rais. Sasa saa hii Kenya watu wale wanaitwa Excellency. His Excellency the President. Hapa kwa county mko na gavana anaitwa His Excellency. Saa hii mimi tapaka uliko Her Excellency na kumisha.
Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti has joined other leaders in calling on President William Ruto to ensure public safety during Wednesday's planned protest to honor young people who were killed during last year's anti-finance bill protest. Wavinya has also urged Gen Zs who are organizing the commemorative event to maintain peace, noting that recent protests have been disrupted by goons.
Na hawa watoto hata wanauawa ni watoto kama wale wako. Ni wewe uko na usukani. Jua vile utakaa na hawa watoto na wasikize. Na ujue hawa watoto ni tofauti kulingana na sisi, hata sisi vile tulilewa. Lazima tuongee na wao, tuambie ukweli. Na kama hata wanataka kumon wenzao wale waliuawa, allow them to mourn peacefully. On 25th, allow them to mourn peacefully for their colleagues. Na wakimaliza kumon, waende nyumbani.
This comes a day after Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku urged young people to instead express their grievances through dialogue and peaceful engagement. Police in Nakuru County have arrested a teenager they say is the prime suspect in the murder of a 3-year-old girl. Liz Njeri, age 17, allegedly strangled Margaret Wanjiru using a piece of cloth in Mungai area. Wanjiru, who was found unconscious, was pronounced dead upon arrival at a local hospital. Police say they recovered the clothes the suspect wore during the commission of the offence, as captured on CCTV, as well as the piece of cloth used to commit the heinous act. They are yet to establish the suspect's motive. The leaders of two prominent Iranian opposition factions on Sunday urged Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to step down and spare more bloodshed in the wake of unprecedented American attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah ousted by the 1979 Islamic Revolution, and Maryam Mahjavi, the leader of the People's Mujahideen, which is outlawed in Iran, said in separate statements that Khamenei must quit after over a week of war between Iran and Israel. The whereabouts of Khamenei, who's led the country since 1989, are unclear after Israel refused to rule out killing him. Opposition groups claim he's deep underground in a bunker and incommunicado, except with a group of his closest aides. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM. Njeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what traffic looks like right about now, and it's still pretty busy as you come on the Thika Superhighway coming through towards the Bay, and reducing significantly now on Kiambu Road. But Monday morning has been quite the action-packed one with traffic. It's still busy on Langata Road as you come through towards Raila Odinga Way, but then Raila Odinga Way is free as you get to then towards Ngong Road at the roundabout of the Nairobi Funeral Home. Quick look at the Eastern Bypass, and there's still some traffic as you get then towards North Airport Road, and it's busy then touching here and there on Outer Ring, in and outbound traffic. Limuru Road, also a little bit of traffic still left there as you come through towards the city, and Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley, parts of Westlands. Still doing the rounds with traffic this morning. Let's talk and see what happens as we come towards the end of traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right, at 10 minutes after 9 o'clock, good morning and welcome to our final hour of the Situation Room this morning. And it's a question that I must ask you. Are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? Well, if you are, so is the I&M Foundation. And you wonder who this is? This is the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya that has been putting away 2% of its annual profit towards impactful programs. It's the highest commitment in the Kenyan banking sector. Their work focuses on vital areas such as education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. So today we focus on highlighting their leadership in environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. So they believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. As we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more, powered by I&M Bank.
And in these tough economic times, sometimes you maybe feel like nobody's listening to you, nobody cares. Well, I&M cares, and I&M is listening. When you voiced concerns over bank to M-Pesa charges, they heard you and waived them. When you struggled with short-term loans, they also heard you and introduced a flexible 90-day option right on your phone. They're listening and they are responding because your financial well-being is the priority. So experience a bank that's on your side. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on-the-go application.
All right, and we come to a conversation that we're going to have earlier, but we have it this hour, and we're going to get into it. It's around the pulse on the broad-based government. Is it unity or political convenience? Joining us this morning is Professor Gitile Naitulu, I beg your pardon, who is a former NCIC commissioner and fellow of the Kenya National Academy of Science. Prof, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Good, doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good to have you here this morning. It's good that we can have you at this hour. You were shocked by Monday morning traffic.
Yeah. I didn't know it's like that. Langata Road. I woke up at 6 and the traffic had already piled up.
Had done its thing. Well, look, it's good that you can be here at this time because, the issues that we discuss are not bound by time.
Yes.
Dennis is going to share with you today's proverb. He'll tell you where it's from, and then you can give us your interpretation of it. Right.
So the country that you're in is in the East Africa region, and it's a country that has never been colonized. Consider itself as the birthplace of coffee. And not just that, there's a young girl in that country called Lucy. But Lucy is a 3.2 million years old fossil, and it's considered to be the cradle of mankind. So that country is also known as Ethiopia. We continue to fight over our athletes and these medals every Olympic period, but that's just competition within the region. And the proverb today, when the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. When the spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. What do you make of that?
Well, that is a beautiful proverb, and just shows you the power of organization. If people are united, they're invincible, basically.
Yeah.
So that's basically what it means. You see, if you look at the African colonization, it was because we are not united, we are not one entity. So that is why the Muzungu was able to penetrate here. And I think we have also remained ineffective in international affairs and everywhere because we are still small little countries and we are not negotiating with the international community as one solid block. And that is the problem. Same thing here. You have been colonized by the Africans because you did not really get independence. You got the black skin to replace the white skin. The only president you got you could claim was a Kenyan was Kibaki because you are again in your tribe of cocoons. You are not together. So you are not able to tie a lion.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I think we can make that comparison to exactly what our conversation is about this morning, because here we are saying that we were not together and you're actually not going to be able to tie a lion. There's this phenomenon, and I'm going to call it a phenomenon because it's called we're still yet to figure it out. It's the broad-based government that came about after the Gen Z protests that, I guess incidentally, we are a year to the memory of that from last year. So the broad-based government was formed. In our minds, it was the panacea to these problems that brought about the protests. Or that's what we were told. And that people who were from the opposition were then co-opted into government. Some were made, cabinet secretaries. And then there was an agenda. Was it an agenda? It was an agreement or something which was brought about, and they said, well, this is how we are going to actually run the country going forward, and this is what we are going to do to ensure that there is no drama. As if we were in my neck of the woods, we would say wahala. And then that formed. And no sooner had it formed than we started to ask ourselves questions. And even those within the corridors of those the dark rooms where this broad-based agenda was signed started to ask themselves questions. And we said, what is this actually for? And if it was for the unification, the tying of the strings of the lion in Kenya, wouldn't we be able to see the results of it much faster than we have? And already it seems as though the strings around this tying of the lion have started to fall apart. And so we want to ask the question today and point us in the direction that, is the broad-based government actually fulfilling what it was meant to fulfill in the light of the protest that took place last year, and what can we expect moving forward? You laugh, Professor. Why?
I laugh because the so-called broad-based government did not come into existence so that they can do good for Kenya. It came into existence so that it can facilitate the exploitation of the Kenyans by their own state, by their own government. It's not the first time that the political elite has come together in order to save themselves basically from the changes which may come. So you have to remember that there was inequality or LNDP or something, which united with the Kano, and then there was the Kibaki, whatever it became. Then there was the Uhuru handshake. This is when the Kenyans need to wake up and understand. You see, they gave Raila the job of being the opposition chief. Raila has never been an opposition leader. Raila always uses the method of entering in government. And I believe he also avoids winning because I think he likes the privilege of government without responsibility. So what he did, he took the opportunity of the Njeri. Remember, Ruto and he refused. There was Raila demonstrations, which killed over 70 people.
Which the Mandamano?
Yeah, there was Raila Mandamanos before the GNC.
The
Sufuria Revolution.
Yeah.
That one failed because Ruto actually resisted it. Okay? He resisted and he wanted to run his government the way he wanted. But then Raila Odinga took advantage of the GNCs because the GNCs weakened the president considerably. So he jumped in. Now he didn't jump in to change anything because otherwise things would have changed. I mean, the president promised to have advisors. He promised to have a small government, a leaning government, like the way the agencies wanted. You see, the agencies wanted a government that works for them. But that did not happen. So if they went there, so that then the government became responsive to the people of Kenya, that wouldn't have happened.
But did it? So, and I think I'm asking the question that a lot of people are asking today. So let's pose it here. That it reminds me of a story that I read once when somebody went into the operating theater because she knew that what she was going for was an appendectomy. They were going to remove her appendix. She came out of the surgery without one leg. They had amputated her leg.
Yes.
And that, for me, is what this broad-based government did. That it applied a solution for which the problem was not resonating. That this broad-based government that was formed was not the solution to the problems that Kenyans have been crying for in the previously.
On air, I'll call you.
Reality radio.
Reality radio. Why not? We are here, so let's just go. Yes. They are probably watching you on TV and think that they can tell you a thing or two without realizing
they're laughing where they are, like, oh, you see, he picked his phone.
He picked up his phone, so we can do it anytime. No problem.
Yes.
So my question was it really the solution to the problem that was being faced? Because we saw protests happen on the 25th of June, and in less than a month, or around a month later, we saw a broad-based government being formed. And for me, it's the lady with appendicitis who comes out of the surgery without a leg.
I agree with you completely. I think that the best description you can give to what happened. What happens in normal society is people listen at the grievances. Then they address them. What was the grievances? The grievances was good governance, devoid of corruption, and governance that is responsive to people's needs. Okay? Now, a governance that is transparent, that is practices integrity in management of public affairs, and that is accountable. So that is very simple to implement. That should have been very simple. But we have taken public service as a country, going into government as a way of making yourself rich. Government is a business. You see, we have taken government, instead of being a public service, we have taken it as a business. So when they went there, they went to do business. They didn't go to govern. Okay? In fact, there is a difference. You see, most people, when they go to government, maybe except Kibaki government, their idea, other than governing, is actually owning Kenya. There is a difference between governing and owning a country. So we are driven by desire to own the country, not to run it. So that's what happens. That's why I like your description, that they went for a small thing. But then from the century came out with missing one leg. Because these people, and they listen to these young people. You see, the young people want to succeed at home. Not abroad. So you can't sell people jobs abroad. You are selling slavery. Just the same way the chiefs of the year, you to sell us into slavery to the Arabs or to the Mzungu. So now, instead of listening to these young people, understanding them and understanding that what they need is a government that works for them, that creates jobs at home, that invests in education, that invests in health, they went for tenders, they went for 10%, and that is why you see the budgeting. I mean, I'm just seeing the newspaper here, another 80 million. The money that has been put in the State House under William Ruto could have built a brand new State House. But you see now, this is what we are, in the age of budget and corruption. And that's what these young people are trying. Because you see, this country is very strong. The moment this country gets another Kibaki, it will take off just like it took off under Kibaki. It will. So, and that's why Kenyans need to avoid the politicians. Because the politicians have no soul. You know, there is a book by a Polish author which says that half of the people you see on the planet may be dead, but they are walking. Because he says that you acquire the soul in the first 18 months of your life. What does that mean? That means that if you have the soul, you feel shame. You feel empathy. You know, empathy, kindness. You respond to people. So the problem is that most of these politicians have no soul. They can't feel. Okay? They can't feel shame. You see, what makes you human is the ability to feel shame, is the ability to cry when hurt, and the ability to laugh when happy. The political class is not able to do that.
So, Prof, as we talk about these issues to do with the broad-based government, they got into place with regard to a 10-point agenda that they wanted to implement. And if you look at the scorecard today with regard to the 10-point agenda, including implementation of NADCO report, where are we with that? 0. Talk about cost of living relief and youth employment solutions. Still, the youth are crying and employment rates continue to go up. Talk about tackling graft. One would say it's actually getting even graftier, if that's a word to use. And as we sit here and look at these political arrangements that come into place, one would say it is all about me, Wakenya watajitetea. But how do we get out of that as Kenyans?
Well, I think we will. One thing I'm very happy about this generation, the children, our children. Our children don't want to get into our culture. We have created an evil culture, a hit money society, and the children are saying that's not sustainable. That's not how our own is. So out of these young people, we are going to get an Ibrahim Traore. We are going to get a savior from this young generation. This generation you are calling Gen Z. probably plus the millennials, we are going to get away from this culture of basically extraction. You see, you have a government that is colonial in nature. And it's not just the Ruto government, to be fair to William Ruto. It is the government of Kenya. You see, a government has a consciousness like an individual. Okay? So the Mzungu, the colonial state, was an extractive state, taking from you. Okay? When Kenyatta one came, he continued the extraction. Okay? And then we have continued the extraction until Kibaki comes, put some brake on it. Because I arguably Kibaki is the first president of Kenya. Okay?
Sorry?
Kibaki arguably has to be the first president of Kenya. Okay? And then Uhuru comes and goes full blast to extraction. So what you're having now is just Jubilee phase 2. I mean, I don't know how much difference. People may think there is a big difference between Uhuru Kenyatta administration and William Ruto. The only difference is this one is more excessive in terms of corruption than the other one. The other one was like controlled corruption where maybe a few people do it. But this one is laissez-faire. Everybody who has a position must steal.
That would be the requirement for you to remain.
That is that is the only difference. Otherwise, this is just Jubilee phase 2.
Professor, during your time at NCIC, how would you rate where Kenya is today compared to where you are at the time when you are at NCIC?
I think at that time there was high level degree of calmness in the country. There was hope. You see, when there is hope of a better tomorrow, people usually work, they invest, they educate their children because they know tomorrow will be better. Right now, there is a lot of hopelessness. And the hopelessness is dangerous because the moment the people feel that they have nothing to lose, then they can go violence. But the major difference I foresee, though, is Kenyans are more united now, trust me, than they were when we entered that office, NCIC. Not because of NCIC, because the Kenyans has been growing together organically. You see, when I go home and they find the Kalenjins owning saloons in Meru, I'm impressed and I'm happy. And when you go to Kitengela or Turungai, and you find a Kalenjin washing cars. You see, in 2007, there was no Kalenjins in any town in Kenya. And that probably facilitated the problem that we entered into. Right now, I can tell if anybody is planning to use any tribe to cause chaos, they will be disappointed. Tumeungana vizuri sana. Tumeungana very nicely. In fact, any politician who come to you and tells you it's agenda to unite Kenya, run away from that one.
Okay.
That is the danger. That a pleasure is dangerous to Kenya. The Kenya is very united.
So this tribal issue, which by the way finds its way into this broad-based government agenda in not so many flowery a word, essentially comes to that there will be, the development across the country. We see this, and we have heard in the last couple of days, I believe it was even a news bite this morning, where it was said very clearly that, we will, I think it was you who read it, Dennis, you said that, Okari, that we support the government at this point until development in our area then is complete. Then our real political affiliations will come out. Is that a tribal leaning, or are we just saying that there are certain regions who have said, you know what, now that our person is inside there, let us get what we can get, and then we leave the rest for later? Is that what is actually happening now?
That's a fallacious statement.
Okay.
Because that's not happening.
It's been said many times.
Of course.
We saw the governor for Siaya County refuse vehemently to have a conversation. In fact, even advised Raila Odinga against this position. But then a few weeks later, we saw him in State House.
Well, yes. But that doesn't take away what he really said. We involved resources to avoid the concentration of power on the presidency. So you can't And you know that undermines devolution actually.
It does.
You can't come to tell us you have to be friend to the president in order to attract the development to your home area, because once the government is formed, it becomes the government of the Republic of Kenya, responsible for every small facet of this republic. So that's wrong argument. It's a very wrong argument, because also, where are you going to get the development? Where are you going to get the money that is not in the budget? Because the moment you budget, Parliament, through state. You see, that is now, that is where the fallacy really comes in, yeah. Because State House doesn't have its own money. The money must be budgeted. The road identified, or the mboho identified, or the school identified by name and by location, and they put in the budget. That's the only way the controller on budget is supposed to authorize withdrawal. Because it's illegal. It's in the budget. So what is this thing that the president is having is supposed to bring into your home, which you didn't put through the budgetary process? Orengo has remained a very staunch constitutionalist. He believes in the Constitution of Kenya. And that's why he was insisting that what we are doing here is undermining the Constitution and undermining democracy and undermining devolution.
So, Prof, if you look at the ongoing in the country, there's a lot that has been said, the status of the country, and one would hope that the broad-based government expanding it further would have brought different minds to help the government move forward. But we look at healthcare on its deathbed. Look at education, we're having problems. Look at police and the brutality that continues to be meted on Kenyans. It is a problem. Look at how funds, taxpayers' money is being spent. There is a problem when it comes to accountability. Look at even how leaders are speaking to Kenyans themselves. There is a problem. And the Gen Zs, as they would say out here, hini system, ya majambazi, and they're really tired about all this. So is this broad-based government really going to bring any change, if at all any?
First of all, there is really no such thing as broad-based government.
Okay.
You are basically giving something the wrong name. What you have is a government, is a coalition, UNDA and UNDM. Okay? These are the fellows they took, I think, from Central Kenya. Have you ever heard them speak? Do you think they are in that government?
Maybe they are seriously working.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, but they are there. So, a broad-based government would have been like a government that goes and looks for Professor Kibota Kibwana. Because he has proved performer without taking anybody's money, without stealing our money. It is a government that would have gone and look for Natembea.
They looked
for interior.
Okay,
for interior, for example, because that fellow with the security you can trust that he will protect us.
Yeah.
In other ones, is a government that would have looked for real Kenyans. Okay? But it's a government looked for people whose agenda is to eat you, is to feed on you, not to serve you. People, you see, remember, we have converted government into business.
Yeah.
It's people went from business. That is why all what you have said has not happened. That's why those who didn't have jobs before the broad-based government was formed still don't have jobs. That's why the hospitals which didn't have drugs before it was formed, they still don't have drugs. That is why the schools, those children you have seen in Imbaringo and other places under trees, they are still under trees. You understand? This is why the police, which I think we need to dismantle and dissolve or abolish the police in this country. We need to abolish completely and devolve it. Okay? I mean, we abolish it and devolve it American style, so that they can become under the governors, the county governors. Yeah, we just need to dissolve because we are not able to reform the police. You see, again, in the colonial mind, the APs under the colonial state were supposed to extract taxes from you, from the Africans. So in their mind, when they see you, they just see an enemy. They don't see a person who deserves to be served. Then the regular police was about to protect the Muzungu. They are now protecting the rich Kenyans. So when they see a poor fellow down there, they have seen an enemy. The curriculum, the Muzungu curriculum, we are not able to change it. So we need a radical sanjari.
Let me help you with this.
We need radical sanjari. Okay? And the radical sanjari means the approach right now should be just dissolve the police. And the other thing also is we need to stop. We have enough graduates. Honestly, we need to stop hiring people within this to the police. Because you see, examinations at lower levels don't necessarily measure your intelligence. They measure your ability to make a decision. That's why some of those questions, any of them could actually be right. But you are supposed to make a decision which one comes closely to what you are being asked. So with all the graduates we have, why are we trusting our lives with the least qualified citizens to protect us? I mean, being a police in other countries, you can't be a policeman without a law degree.
That is very true.
Or a retired military officer. So why are we still perpetuating this business that mtoto wake akianguka all the exams, you go to the police commission and say, could you please employ my son or my daughter? Okay, these people can do something else better than policing. We need, with the graduate we have, we need to stop hiring D's and D minuses.
Let's take a break on that point. A good one to do. Professor Gitile Naituli is our guest this hour. And we're looking into the pulse of the broad-based government. Was it just unity or was it political convenience? And so we're asking the questions. If you're diseased, the symptoms will show you. The symptoms seem to be popping up here that perhaps this was not the solution towards the problems that the country faces. We'll come back after this break and continue with the conversation at now 22 minutes to 10. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a fact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a part. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, we're looking at partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, currently at 17 degrees. It's 18 and sunny in Nakuru and 17 and sunny into Njeri, while Eldoret at 18 is sunny. Mombasa is partly sunny at 25, while Malindi at 27 is sunny. Kisumu sunny at 24 and sunny conditions at 23 into Kakamega. The clouds are full in Kampala at 22, while Dar es Salaam at 24 is sunny. Slightly warmer at 11 degrees in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu is sunny at 27. Addis Ababa at 19 is sunny, with Lagos sunny at 25 and Kinshasa cloudy at 22. Temperatures are rising going into monsoon season at 37 in Beijing Monday afternoon, and it's 19 and sunny in Paris, while London is cloudy at 17. We'll round things out in a clear New York still Sunday night, coming into Monday, highs of 35 and lows of 27.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
We're coming round about to the end of traffic hour this morning. Just a little bit of that left on the Thika Superhighway as you come towards the Pangani underpass, and that looks like it's going to continue for a minute. There's also traffic coming off of Kiambu Road, and as we look then on Mombasa Road, we'll have bits and bobs of traffic as you approach your junctions right now, going towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, incoming traffic from Likoni Road, I beg your pardon, Lusaka Road, and then heading out towards Haile Selassie at the junction. A little bit of traffic then on Jogo Road, and more of it then on Landis going towards Haile Selassie. So that's busy, but I think we'll get through the worst of it by the time we come towards 10 o'clock. Keep an eye on things through the day. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
At 19 minutes to 10 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. Professor Gitile Naituli is here with us this hour, and we're looking at the broad-based government, and we're saying, okay, it's been a year of it, or more or less a year of the broad-based government, and one must ask, it's almost ironical, but the number one agenda, the number one point on this broad-based government agenda was that there was going to be a halting of these extrajudicial killings, of these kidnappings and forced disappearances. But it would appear that since then there have been more of those happening than there were at the time when the agreement was signed. So then those are some, because we went for the break and we're talking about when you have a disease, there'll be symptoms. You'll have a headache. There'll be something to point to that the doctor now wants to go back and check and say, what's going on here? The symptoms are popping up all over the place. It is a time where education out the window, medical health, we don't even know what's going on with that. We were told 250,000 houses would be sorted out and that they were putting people in place to ensure. The Treasury was having a problem. He said this person that he has put in now sorting out issues. Education, crazy. And then also we were told that there's nothing that people were not told. But I just thought it was ironical that the number one thing on that agenda is one that people are still crying about to date. In the last 2 weeks, how many people have been shot, killed, strangled? In 2 weeks, more than 2. This has happened. So was it really a solution?
No, it can never be a solution, and it's unfortunate that the government that is supposed to protect, because the government is formed to protect the life and the property. It is not doing that. It's very unfortunate. I think most people in this government are living in the 1970s, 1980s, probably early 90s. That time, information was very scarce. There was only the IEBC. Now, anything happens in 1 second is everywhere. That means you can't zero fear. It's not possible. You see, fear is owned in a controlled environment. This environment is not controlled. So I think the government need to change. They need to very seriously live by the law. Article 37 gives the Kenyans right to petition, to picket, unarmed and peaceable. And then the work of government now should be to protect that right. Okay? Because also the right and the bureau right are supposed to be given by God, not by government. So I agree with you. Nothing changed. If these people went there, the Raila Odinga and the company, to the government, and that was one agenda number one, according to Sifuna, they couldn't have stopped that, right? But they didn't stop it. Like I said, meaning that was, they were simply finding an entry into government, but they didn't go there so that they can have a good government. But what I don't understand is, any government should want to be re-elected. And therefore, for you to be re-elected, then you need to do the right thing. You need to protect the people and their property. But that doesn't seem to be a priority here. I mean, we saw that guy who just to Angani openly under cameras, because this impunity is, we have really made it a culture. That is why the next government, it must put an end to impunity. It must really put an end to impunity. And I believe this is also where Kibaki failed. Because the Kibaki gone after people committed the crimes, even though I can argue that there is no statute of limitation on crimes, okay? It does not exist. Meaning that the people who are doing it, they need to know that they will be held accountable, whether tomorrow or even 80 years from now. You know, we saw people being tried when they are 90 years for the crime they committed during the Nazi Germany. Okay? So even here, it can really happen. It's unfortunate that we don't have that commitment to have a good society, to have a caring society, to have a society that protects, okay? To have a society that governs for posterity. It's unfortunate that we don't have Kenyans who want to be remembered the way we remember Jesus for opposing an eye for an eye, for opposing very bad things that the religion was doing at that time, okay? For insisting that let's love and let's neutralize hate with love. It's unfortunate that we don't have leaders like that. That's why it's in Jesus is immortalized. While Caesar, who died in a palace, nobody remembers him. You understand?
Except for taxes.
Yes, except for taxes. So it's unfortunate that we don't have leaders who really want to be immortalized as the people who built a beautiful country, who took care of Kenya as a country. It's very unfortunate we have not been able to produce a Njeri. We are not being able to produce a Mandela. We are not being able to produce a Captain Sankara or Traore. We should ask ourselves what went wrong. You see, the British, when they came here, they took three things from us. They took land, they took our freedom, and they took our culture. Okay? When they left, they returned the land. Even the freedom marginally was also returned. But they went with the culture. Okay? So we are neither Africans, neither are we Europeans, because the Europeans respect the law. We don't respect the law. We have the law in the book, fine. But we don't feel it's part of us. We need the leadership that is constitutional, that follows the rule of law. Because once you follow the rule of law, everything falls in place, everything.
But Prof, how do we follow the rule or the constitution? Because we have one of the best constitutions in the world, but it almost appears the political class operate under a different playbook. So you're saying what was taken is our culture, and why can't we produce a Njeri? Why can't we produce a Sankara? How then do we marry these two, where you have culture, you follow the rule of law, and you follow the constitution? Because there's a big disconnect, and this keeps happening every election cycle. And let me circle my question to the power sharing pact. We've witnessed in this country, power sharing never survives a full electoral cycle. But it almost appears after every election, we go back to that same playbook. So it is the incoming government that has to look for the opposition, work together, give it a name. We started with a handshake, BBI, gave birth to BBI, now we are broad-based government. So it seems the target here really is make sure you get into government, then by extension make sure you take on board the opposition. So you neutralize all the checks and balances. How do we stop this culture?
We stop that culture by an overwhelming desire of an individual to work for Kenya and not the self. You see, the moment you enter government to work for yourself, then you have no agenda other than that one. But if you have an agenda for Kenya, whether you are in opposition or in government, if you're in opposition and you have an agenda for Kenya, you will wait for the next election. But if you have an agenda for yourself, you will do anything possible to enter government, because we have made government business. We have made government for profit. We have made government for self-aggrandizement. So the moment we depart from that and make public service what it truly is, a sacrifice, then this in this cycle we are now used to, it will disappear overnight. Once it becomes public service, it becomes what is supposed to be service to the people.
Yeah.
Then what we are talking about now will not be relevant. But as long as government is a place where you get rich, you see, the people in Kenya who are rich, they either worked with the government or trained with the government. Okay, we don't have somebody who invented anything here. You see, if you invented a model like this and you sold it and became rich, then you have added value to society. But all the rich people are the people in government or who have trained with government. So that what we must depart from. We must move away from government being a place where you go to get rich to becoming a place where you go to serve.
But where did we see the opposite of that? Because it had to have started somewhere. That one would have imagined that because that's what we see. We see somebody successful today and we say, okay, well, Dennis, you've made accolades. The next thing that we prescribe for them is that why don't you run for a particular seat? Or if you've attained some kind of, social acclaim, then somebody says, oh, the next thing you want to be a member of parliament. Then you keep rising. You want to do something like that. Where did we get the idea that when you go into government, that is the place then for you to be able to get rich, as opposed to the opposite?
We have seen it since independent. You see, since the Muzungu was here actually to aggrandize. He had no business, didn't care about you. So the government that came in, he couldn't have departed from that. Okay? It didn't. They continued the Muzungu mentality of extraction. So this is where we got it. Now it has become a culture. You understand? When do you think somebody will leave parliament and become a minister? You understand? If the service, are you not serving as a parliamentarian? Yes. But when you go become a minister, you have now access to 20% if the road is being built. You have access to corruption. I mean, somebody told me, a friend of mine, actually it's my cousin. A friend of his was made a minister. So they went to Luvai. He was in the lobby receiving deposits. People bribe you in advance, in anticipation of licenses. Do you understand? Whether it's mining license, whether it's importation, sugar import or rice import, they bribe you in advance. It is that culture that needs to be dismantled so that we can go into the culture of service. Culture where unajitolea to serve. Okay? That culture, I mean, it is not there. If you look at the African culture, the leaders serve the people. The African leaders serve people. You see, the biggest problem here where it originated was when the Europeans came here. The real Africans who are under heart, because your capacity to love, you have to get it from your parents. Okay? These Africans who are overthrown, who is in power today is basically people of very dubious backgrounds. If you go and look at them, it's not the proper Africans. Okay? The Mobutu Sesekos, the Idi Amin. Yeah, I mean, these people can even trace their family, most of them. The people who you can trace parentage properly, they became wonderful Africans. Nyeri, Mandela. Okay? All the others were people very dubious background. Now, when society it's changed like that, now the reason was very simple. When the Muzungu came here, he came with his religion, which is his culture, which people went to church. These were the underclass. Okay? The people who are not really respectable in society. They are the ones who easily went to church. They are the ones who got education. They are the ones who took the reins of power when the Muzungu left. These are people who didn't have capacity to love. Because the Bible says you can't give what you don't have. What can you give to society? You can give them love. You can give your commitment. But what if you don't have that? And where are you supposed to get that? You are supposed to get it from loving parents. Do you understand? For long, go and do research on your leaders. You'll be shocked where they came from.
But Prof, we might blame history, but we've had elections where people have actually gone beyond tribal lines, for example, beyond some of these people with questionable characters and backgrounds, and people at some point agitated for, we want young leaders. Yet, these same young leaders who are currently in parliament, the quality of debates in the National Assembly is questionable. These same young people who are in positions of power are the same people who have taken over what was already established. Yes. In his book, It's Our Turn to Eat, 2009, Mikela talked about these things, how graft was so deep-rooted and was so systemic. And one of the things that that has always played out when you look at government, its composition in terms of positions, voting blocks, is the question of ethnicity and how it's used as a currency by these politicians. So no matter who you place and say this person has no dirty background, but just because of that, we still go back.
You know, I'm going to surprise you. There is no tribalist in this country in leadership. Okay? A tribalist, a real tribalist, is somebody who loves his community, right? If you love your community, you have the capacity to love us. The politicians use the tribe to protect their theft and to keep you independent, okay? So that they can continue basically eating you. They can continue living. Yes, because look here, why is the tribalist? If you go right now in this town and you want to look an apartment to live in, do you go and find who lives there before you rent? You simply go and look for space.
Yes.
And you rent and occupy. Why? Because you trust the rest of the Kenyans.
Yes.
You don't care who is there, is your brother, is your sister. Do you understand? If you were tribal, you would find the apartment in blocks occupied by only one community. We are not tribal. What we are segregated economically. You are in Madare because of your economic situation, not because of your tribe. You are in Ikebera because of your economic situation, not your tribe. You are in Karen because of your economic situation, not your tribe. It is the economy which is segregated, but the politician have put the tribe on you. Do you understand? They have put the tribe on you, and unfortunately, the political class continues with that, disregarding the fact that in down here, we don't have a tribe. I mean, you ask my students in class who they live with because they share rooms in order to afford the rent, okay? They live with every Kenyan. They live.
Doesn't matter.
You are not going to find actually very rare, and you find somebody who is sharing a room with somebody from his tribe.
Yes.
They share across the country. So there is no such thing as tribalism in this country. Tribalism is in the leaders. And when they talk about uniting Kenya, they are talking about uniting themselves so they can rob Kenya. Okay? It is basically a method by gangsters of continuing to rob the country. And then they talk about tribalism. Because I mean, I don't see it where we have a minister from Meru, right? I've never been into his house. I've never taken his cup of tea. But I walk to my neighbors from anywhere in this country and have a cup of tea, or we chat. We are friends. We are together if there is any issue. So this tribal thing is only on the leaders, and it's about continuing the political class continuing to dominate you. It's a domination strategy. It has nothing to do with the Kenyans themselves.
That's a good point, and a place for us to open our eyes this morning, I think, just from what you're saying. Take it all and interrogate it and see where it's all coming from. So I guess the very clear answer to that is that this broad-based government, from your position, is not the answer to these issues that Kenyans face.
They did not address them, we could have. But you see, that's why I'm saying that the people need to be very careful. Raila Odinga has fooled Kenyans for very long. In fact, he has fooled me for very long, because I supported him in 2017 when I was working for Uhuru Kenyatta, because I actually believed he means good for Kenya. That's why I supported him. But Raila has never, and let me say this, never meant good for this country. He is a very selfish individual who looks only for himself. You see, which election does Raila not get the people killed, then go behind them and enter government? Which one? Do you understand? He does not even ask for compensation for these people. Okay? Now, I also believe that he actually makes himself lose election.
Oh, God. We could get into that.
Because he doesn't want to be president. You see, the last election, for example, who advised him not to have agents anywhere? The law requires that you have agents in the polling station and in the constituency telling. So he never had any. Why? 2017, when the court ruled that the election starts and ends at the polling station, and they gave him a second chance. Instead of utilizing that court ruling and become president, he boycotted the election. So every time Raila says that he's going to win an election, he deliberately loses it. So that he can then organize demonstrations, Kenyans get killed, then he goes in behind them, negotiate a handshake, and enters government alone.
Those are the opinions of one Professor Gitile Naituli, and he shared them this morning as we close out the Situation Room this morning. Interesting ones. We should have started with that, but okay. Our time runs out, but we want to thank you for being here in the room this morning. Things to think about and to mull over as we get into the coming weeks. Asante Sana. Thanks for starting off the week with us this morning. We continue tomorrow. God